Please, can you take your seats? We're going to start. Thank you so much.
Sí. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Me alegra verlos aquí esta mañana. Sí. Bienvenidos nuevamente a nuestra sesión. Me informan que las conexiones de Wi-Fi para los miembros del comité han sido revisadas en su totalidad. Hay una conexión que es, las inalámbricas están todas funcionando. David está apoyando en esta actualización para garantizar la calidad del servicio Wi-Fi. Hay una conexión LAM que si no tienen, no coincide la conexión con la de sus equipos, se puede solicitar este adaptador que lo tienen. Así se lo facilitamos para permitir que puedan conectarse de manera rápida a la conexión LAM. Gracias, David. Espero que hayan disfrutado de la noche de la Guarania. Fue un privilegio para nosotros compartir con ustedes este patrimonio de nuestro país. Antes de comenzar, quiero informarles que la mesa se reunió esta mañana para discutir varios temas, incluyendo, como es habitual, la revisión del horario de trabajo del comité. Logramos un excelente progreso ayer, ya que el comité examinó 28 nominaciones para la lista representativa. Creo que seremos capaces de completar todos los puntos relacionados con las nominaciones esta mañana, es decir, 7B, 7C, 7D, y luego regresar al punto 7 para la decisión general. Aunque aún tenemos algunos puntos por tratar, creo que estamos avanzando bien y podemos completar nuestro trabajo para el mediodía del sábado. La mesa solicitó a la Secretaría que reflejara esto en un horario revisado, que actualmente se está publicando en el sitio web de la 19Com. Para que esto suceda, les pido nuevamente su cooperación para mantener sus intervenciones breves y concisas. Para esta mañana, primero proyectaremos un video de Ghana, que no pudo ser mostrado por dificultades técnicas ayer, y luego comenzaremos nuestro día con el expediente multinacional de Etiopía, Djibouti y Somalia. Ahora vamos a proyectar el video de Ghana. Me gustaría pedir a los técnicos que por favor nos muestren en pantalla.
Kente is normally referred to as the king of fabrics in Africa. It is not for nothing that Kente bears such a name. Certainly, it has become the identification symbol for Ghanaians, the whole of Africa, and to a large extent, the rest of the black race. It is so because our cultural values are imbued in the Kente cloth. The cotton is harvested by the women, and they sort out. Thereafter, they use the spindle to spin it into thread. This thread is now spun on a bobbin. From that level, the next thing they do is to lay the warp. Pegs are put on the ground, and then the warp is laid.
After cutting, you can also use silk also for the work. And you also have rayon. Rayon is also used in the work as well. And of late, you have also introduced this metallic yarn, which also gives spark to the fabric.
From the laying of the warp, you roll it into a ball, and we are now set to go into the loom. This is a very simple, narrow technology where the loom is comprises of 4 tripods with sticks fixed on top. Now the master weaver carefully threads the warp through the treadle, then from the treadle through the beater, and now he is set for the weaving.
At the end, the strips of kente are collected and sewn together into yards of kente cloth.
Kente is open to all. It's worn by male and female, regardless of any background. You are free to wear kente for any occasion. It is also good when you have a special occasion that you want to decorate yourself and look very good as a Ghanaian.
Today, as we speak, Kente is known all over West Africa. People from Abidjan, La Côte d'Ivoire, from Niger, Niamey, Togo, Nigeria, Cameroon, and other places come to buy the Kente here and sell in all those places because of its unique nature. Kente is not taught in the basic schools as such, but in the secondary schools, it is taught as part of the visual arts course.
Then at the tertiary level, we have KNUST in Ashanti region that teaches Kente weaving. In the Volta region, we have Ho Technical University that specifically teaches Kente weaving.
Today, you can see a lot of people from this area migrating to places like Lagos in Nigeria, Togo, and other places, teaching people how to weave Kente. The various samples of Kente, as I said, depict messages, and one of the messages is unity. Now, sometimes when somebody wants to present a gift to another person as a sign of reconciliation, they do that through the presentation of a Kente cloth.
My name is Mrs. Benis Andekuma, the Executive Director of National Folklore Board. Ghana is the producer of authentic Kente. Therefore, the National Folklore Board is appealing to investors, tourists to explore the opportunities and visit communities associated with Kente weaving in Ghana. Thank you.
Una vez más, felicitamos a Ghana por la descripción de su primer elemento. Podemos ahora empezar con el orden previsto de los expedientes. Tenemos el expediente multipaís de Etiopía, Djibouti, Somalia. Pido al órgano de evaluación nos presente sus conclusiones sobre esta candidatura. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia have nominated Hereise, oral customary laws of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. The Hereise refers to the oral customary laws of the Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. The element unites the Somali Isa communities in the Horn of Africa and defines their collective and individual identity. It promotes mutual solidarity and social cohesion and functions as a mechanism for conflict resolution, peace, and cooperation. The knowledge and skills of the element are transmitted through tales, proverbs, games, poetry, and rituals of initiation. The state parties have undertaken a number of current and future measures to safeguard the element with the full participation and consent of the communities. For example, knowledge of the element is incorporated in formal and non-formal education in all three countries to ensure the element's transmission to the younger generations. Details of the roles of communities in the nomination process were also provided in the file and through the dialogue process. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Podemos tener en la pantalla el proyecto de decisión. Proyecto de decisión 19-7B36. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a Su Excelencia el señor Ibrahim Osman Faraj, vicepresidente del Estado Regional de Etiopía, y luego a Madame Hibo Asowe, ministra de la Juventud y de la Cultura de Djibouti.
All right. Madam Chairperson, on behalf of Ethiopian and Somali community, it's my honor to express our deepest gratitude to the committee for its decision to inscribe Hereise, an oral customary law of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia, on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Hereise, established in the 16th century during the time of significant natural and man-made challenges. It's a democratic system of governance centered around three key pillars: the Ugaz community leader, the Gudi executive committee, and the Kente council. The Ugaz is selected through rigorous selection process that can span over a decade, reflecting the critical leadership qualities required for this role. This governance system fosters conflict resolution, consensus building, and social cohesion, ensuring the equitable management of resources while promoting environmental conservation. Moreover, Hereise serves as a communal pact for collective security against external threats. For centuries, this rich cultural tradition has been a source of pride, identity, and continuity for Somali Isa communities, uniting them across generations and borders in the Horn of Africa. It embodies their mutual solidarity and equality, as reflected in the saying, Isa wa Isa Na'ara Madera, which translates to, Isa is Isa, and no Isa is above another Isa. So the Her establishes that the land, the Ugaz, and the Her Isa are collectively owned by all members of this community, ensuring a foundation for justice and equity within society. Today, Her Isa continues to be practiced within Somali regional state of Ethiopia and in the Redawa city administration Djibouti, and Somalia. The states parties of Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia have undertaken significant measures to safeguard this invaluable heritage. We firmly believe that the inscription of Her Ise will inspire other communities to preserve their own cultural and governance traditions. It will also enhance visibility and appreciation of multinational intangible cultural heritage, file nominations, reinforcing the importance of safeguarding our shared human legacy. Finally, I would like to thank everybody who contributed to this process, particularly the City Heritage Foundation and our teams. I thank you very much.
Okay. Imbai Chapa Ipora Paraguay. Madame la présidente de la 19e session du comité intergouvernemental ainsi que ses membres, Monsieur le directeur général adjoint chargé de la culture de l'UNESCO, Madame la directrice du secrétariat de la Convention, chers experts de l'organe d'évaluation, chers tous, tout protocole observé, en vos rangs et grades respectés, Nabadiano. C'est avec une immense fierté que je prends la parole aujourd'hui au nom du gouvernement et peuple djiboutien pour exprimer notre reconnaissance sincère au comité pour sa décision d'inscrire le Her Ise sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité. Je vous transmets aussi la fierté et la gratitude de toutes les communautés somali-issa vivant dans les 3 pays, Éthiopie, Djibouti et Somalie, mais également présents dans les 4 coins du monde. Cette proclamation historique marque l'aboutissement d'un long processus témoignant de l'implication collective et participative de nos 3 pays soumissionnaires. Surtout grâce à l'initiative et l'engagement des communautés somalisa. Je tiens à remercier chaleureusement toutes les personnes qui ont contribué de près ou de loin à ce succès que nous célébrons aujourd'hui. Qu'il s'agisse des auteurs, des intellectuels, des chercheurs, des experts au patrimoine culturel ou encore des autorités publiques, privées et associatives qui ont soutenu ce dossier. Leur dévouement a permis de faire rayonner une partie essentielle de notre patrimoine culturel immatériel. Mesdames et messieurs, le Her est un contrat coutumier traditionnel qui régit les interactions sociales, économiques et politiques des communautés somali-issa, à Djibouti, en Éthiopie et en Somalie. Élaboré dans un contexte pastoral, il s'appuie sur des principes collectifs pour garantir une gestion équitable de ressources naturelles, en particulier dans les environnements arides et semi-arides. Ce système est centré sur un chef spirituel élu, l'Ougas, que je salue d'ailleurs ici, Ougas Mustafa, dont le rôle est de présenter les communautés somalisa et d'arbitrer les différends, avec l'appui d'un conseil des anciens, Goudi, et d'un comité exécutif, Gende. Le Her valorise des valeurs universelles comme la préservation de la paix, l'hospitalité, la solidarité, la justice et la résolution des conflits par le consensus, tout en préservant l'équilibre entre les besoins humains et les impératifs. En Djibouti, je renouvelle mes remerciements au comité et réitère notre engagement indéfectible en faveur de la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather to celebrate a significant milestone in the recognition of our rich cultural heritage. The inclusion of Her Ise in UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. This traditional law system embodies the values, wisdom, and collective spirit of our Somali communities. As the Somali government, we wholeheartedly welcome this recognition. Her Ise is more than a legal framework. It is a testament to our history, unity, and resilience. It reflects our commitment to justice, conflict resolution, and social cohesion, principles that resonate deeply within our society. We encourage Further, initiatives to preserve and promote our unique traditions. This recognition not only honors our past, but also empowers future generations to uphold and cherish their heritage. Let us celebrate this achievement together and continue to work towards the preservation of our culture for all to see and appreciate. Thank you very much.
The process of drafting the laws have inscribed the mark of their respective clan and sub-clan on the flat and comfortable stones used to sit on top of the mountain. The assembly of judges representing the 12 clans sit on stone seats marked with their tribe's identity. Here is a political response challenging a situation of anarchy and violence. It is designed to build a new society based on the rule of law and served as the very foundation for maintaining the regional peace. The Somali Isa community members in the three countries are also led by one traditional political leader known as Ugaz, who is also the spiritual father and the symbol of the law and guardian of the unity of the Confederation. His position is neither hereditary nor elective. He is chosen after a long process of collective search. The major criteria for the election of Ugaz states that the candidate must not commit crime and involve in any kind of conflicts and wars. He should be in his teens and has to be handsome and free from any kind of addiction. A young man who meets and fulfills all the criteria is elected as Ugaz. Starting the day he is chosen, he is considered as the son of all Somali Isa. After this, the Ugaz will be kept in the countryside for 6 months and go through all the lands of Isa and cross the 12 rivers that are found in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. On his way, the community members welcome him with joyful greetings and shout with high voice of excitement. Moreover, they give honor to him by putting green leaves on his head. When he arrives at Sayla in Somalia, he wears a turban on his head and is given the title of Ugaz and swears to honestly serve the people. The current and 19th Ugaz of Somali Isa, who live in Djibouti, Somalia, and Ethiopia, is Mustafa Muhammad Ibrahim. The term of office of the Ugaz is for life. However, if he is accused of violating laws and regulations, could be impeached, tried, and uprooted from office and replaced by another Ugaz. The main headquarters of the Ugaz is customarily fixed to be in Darredoa city in Ethiopia. The Djibouti-Addis Ababa railway and highway, which bind Ethiopia to the outside world, pass across the city zone in Darredoa, which is a strategic location across the commercial route. Her essay is also a complex system that incorporates pivotal institutions such as Gudi and Gande. The Gudi is an assembly of judges with a very large set of powers at local level. The traditional judges, Gudi, represent the 12 clans of the Somali Isa. They gather in the shade of trees used as courts and sit around in circle to hear the cases of conflicts. They arbitrate disputes and provide solutions according to the traditional law.
Thank you.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a Etiopía, Djibouti y Somalia. Bueno, mientras dura el jolgorio y la fiesta en ese rincón, tendremos que seguir. Tenemos el elemento de Mauritania, la epopeya de Samba. Solicito al órgano evaluador a presentarnos el informe de este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mauritania has nominated the Epic of Samba Gueladio. The Epic of Samba Gueladio is a legend relating to the hero Samba Gueladio. The epic is regarded by the committee to be an oral historical document recounting events that took place at the turning point of the history of the Futa and reflects the collective consciousness of the communities. The file describes a number of proposed safeguarding measures to ensure the viability of the element. These include an information gathering campaign to document and collect data in audio and visual recordings. National initiatives to present the element to the general public across all regions of the country, education efforts in primary, secondary schools, and universities, and various others. For the preparation of the nomination file, meetings were held with the communities to raise awareness about the nomination, obtain their consent, and involve them in the process. Over the course of these meetings, community members shared their views about ways to safeguard the element, and their suggestions formed the basis of the proposed safeguarding measures. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Pudiéramos tener en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19COM7B48. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. No veo objeciones. Se adopta. Ofrezco la palabra a Su Excelencia, la embajadora Madame Le Hamid. Tiene la palabra, Excelencia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Excellence, Madame la Présidente. Excellence, chers collègues, Mesdames, Messieurs. C'est un immense honneur d'exprimer au nom de la délégation de la Mauritanie notre joie et notre gratitude aux membres du Comité intergouvernemental de sauvegarde IPCI pour cette décision d'inscrire l'épopée Samba Gueladio sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité. Nos remerciements vont aussi également au Secretariat de la Convention pour sa bonne collaboration et son accompagnement continu, comme à l'organe d'évaluation pour son travail d'expertise et sa recommandation d'inscrire cet élément. L'épopée Samba Gueladio est une épopée peul qui relate l'histoire de son héros, Samba Gueladio Diégui, dont le pouvoir a été usurpé par son oncle et qui parviendra à le conquérir. En plus de son aspect épique, elle véhicule des valeurs communément admises par la société peul et retrace, sous forme poétique, une partie de l'histoire de l'une des composantes importantes ethniques de la Mauritanie, de la société mauritanienne, les Peuls. La légende a été transmise de père en fils par les griots qui réclamaient les faits historiques de l'épopée à travers un style poétique accompagné des musiques lors d'événements importants tels que les mariages, les naissances et autres rassemblements sociaux culturels. Cette musique populaire permet aux jeunes d'apprendre leur histoire et leur inculque des idéaux tels que la générosité, la persévérance et le courage. L'épopée est également considérée comme une célébration de l'alliance interethnique fondée sur le respect mutuel et permet de favoriser la cohésion sociale, mettant en valeur des valeurs telles que la solidarité, la coopération et l'entraide. Elle comprend des exemples de résolution de conflits et de négociations, offrant des leçons sur la manière pacifique de gérer les différends, encourage la tolérance et l'inclusion au sein des communautés. Cette inscription est primordiale pour la communauté des détenteurs et constitue une réelle valorisation de notre patrimoine culturel immatériel. Elle permet, à travers la connaissance universelle qu'elle représente et les campagnes de sensibilisation qui s'en suivront, de redynamiser l'activité des détenteurs de cet élément et d'apporter une considération et un intérêt plus grand à ce patrimoine culturel vivant. Et comme on dit chez nous en pulaar, langue de Samba Gueladio, pour remercier Adjarama Orieju, onon Kadifof, Onjarama. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. Un aplauso. Felicitaciones nuevamente para Mauritania. Bien, sigamos con nuestra lista de elementos llega el turno de Mongolia, la migración nómada mongola y sus prácticas asociadas. El órgano evaluador va a presentarnos este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices, submitted by Mongolia. Mongolian nomadic culture is a way of life that is rooted in the interdependence between pastures, livestock, and herders. Families move between pastures based on the factors such as amount of grass available, geography, climate, and season. This approach has been passed down for generations as a means of giving the earth time to regenerate. A range of safeguarding measures were indicated in the file. These include legislations, conducting inventorying and research activities, and documenting the living traditions of each ethnic group in the 5 regions of Mongolia. Herders and representatives, scholars, governmental and local organizations, and NGO actively participated in the preparation of the nomination file. Field research and coordination meetings were held. The nomination file indicated that 17,200 herder families living in the 35 villages across 15 provinces gave their consent. However, it is noted that the letters of consent were signed off by governors of provinces on behalf of their communities, and the file could have benefited from letters of consent or other materials that directly reflected the consent and views of the communities. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Podemos tener en pantalla el proyecto de decisión. Proyecto de decisión 19,7B49. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. No veo objeciones, por lo tanto lo adoptamos. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a Su Excelencia Nyanghu Ulambayar, embajador permanente delegado de Mongolia ante UNESCO. Usted tiene la palabra, embajador, adelante.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished committee members, dear ADG Ernesto, the Secretary Fumiko, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my delegation and on people of Mongolia, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee members and the evaluation body for your careful evaluation and support to this nomination. Today is a great day for Mongolia. Mongolians, we are descendants of nomads. We are very proud of the richness of nomadic culture and its associated traditions. We are very grateful to the committee for its decision to inscribe the Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. We would like to express our gratitude to all the organizations, individuals, herders, communities who have supported us. We received this recognition, this decision of the committee with deep respect. This inscription makes our 16th ICH element. Almost all of Mongolia's inscribed ICH elements are related to nomadic culture and its traditions, highlighting how nomadic life and culture is inseparable from our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, nomadic migration is not only migration, but a philosophy of sustainable development. Nomadic families move between pastures in 4 different seasons, and this gives the mother earth time to rejuvenate. Such an approach in ensuring harmonious interdependence between pastures, livestock, and herders has been passed down from generation to generation. With the major trends as climate change, many regions with nomadic population and nomadic heritage are facing crucial challenges to their existence and future viability. The solution can be learned from the nomadic culture and nomadic lifestyle. Dear colleagues, Mongolia's long-term development policy Vision 2050 underlines the importance of promoting and safeguarding the diversity of nomad culture and customs. In line with this, the government of Mongolia has been taking efforts through national and multilateral initiatives, such as identifying the best ICH barriers of the year since 2018 and organizing Nomad Festival since 2021. Furthermore, we would like to highlight that these measures triggered youth inspiration to learn and take pride in national cultural heritage and became a good practice to promote the diverse expression of cultural heritage worldwide and support practitioners and communities. Mongolia is nowadays elaborating a new law on supporting the ICH practitioners. The year 2026 has been proclaimed as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists by the UN General Assembly in 2022 with the support of 102 countries on the proposal from Mongolia. In 2026, Mongolia is also hosting the 17th conference of the parties to the United Nations Conventions to combat desertification. We do believe that the role of International Institute for the Study of Nomadic Civilizations Category 2 Center based in Ulaanbaatar will be crucial to safeguard not only Mongol nomad migration, but also to foster cooperation among nomadic civilizations. Furthermore, the initiative of Mongolia to create the UNESCO collection on history of nomadic civilizations, adopted by the 22nd General Conference and its further implementation with the support of international partners and researchers will aid common value to this element. As such, Mongolia will continue its efforts in safeguarding its nomadic heritage, in particular Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices. Once again, I'm grateful for the inscription of this heritage, and thank you once again for supporting this nomination file. Thank you, the people of Paraguay, for hosting us warmly in your beautiful country. Thank you for attention, and may the eternal blue sky bless us. Muchas gracias.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a Mongolia. Pasamos al siguiente elemento presentado por Myanmar, el Atatinjan, la fiesta tradicional del Año Nuevo de Myanmar. Solicito al órgano evaluador que nos presente sus conclusiones sobre este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myanmar has nominated Myanmar Traditional New Year Atatinjan Festival. The element is a 5-day annual water festival that is observed in Myanmar to celebrate the traditional New Year. The element promotes unity and harmony among families and communities. The nomination file indicates that the element contributes to several aspects of sustainable development. In terms of peace and social cohesion, the festivals promote social harmony and cooperation, improve understanding of diverse practices, and is celebrated by people of different backgrounds. The nomination file was prepared with the participation of social and cultural organizations, as well as individuals from various regions and states. Various letters of consent and the video were submitted together with the nomination file to demonstrate the consent of the communities concerned. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Podemos tener el proyecto de decisión en pantalla. Proyecto de decisión 19,7B50. No veo que tengamos ninguna objeción y propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. Se adopta. Ahora quisiera ofrecer la palabra a la delegación de Myanmar. Tienen la palabra. Adelante.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Avant toute chose, je voudrais exprimer mes sincères remerciements au pays hôte, le Paraguay, pour sa chaleureuse hospitalité et les excellentes dispositions prises pour cette réunion. Madame Chair, EDG Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otoni Ramirez, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the honor of Myanmar New Year Atatinjan Festival be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity is a result of the steadfast efforts and collaboration of all stakeholders and communities in Myanmar. Atatinjan is one of the most recognized and widely celebrated events in Myanmar, usually in mid-April, by all national races around the country. Despite being first recorded on the Myanmar National Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2020, the earliest mentions of Atatinjan in history records have dated back to Bagpipe of the 11th century AD. Atatinjan brings communities together as people join hands to celebrate the Myanmar New Year. People enjoy splashing water on each other, an act that is believed to bring good fortune through its symbolic cleansings. Common activities also include pouring scented water over boarded statues, offering traditional food to all comers, setting animals free as Jivita Dana or donation life, and joining meditation retreats. Decorated pandals or stages set up in towns and cities feature cultural shows and performances. Atatinjan also attracts international guests, and its exhilarating experience offers visitors a glimpse into Myanmar's rich cultural heritage and traditions. As we celebrate today the joyous moment of the successful inscription of Myanmar New Year Atatinjan Festival on the ICC list, it is imperative for us to continue our efforts in safeguarding this treasured heritage of humanity to endure another 1,000 years, as it has been passed down from generation to generation. Avant de conclure, je souhaite exprimer ma profonde gratitude à tous les membres distingués du comité intergouvernemental pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel et matériel, à Mme Fumiko Ohinata, secrétaire de la Convention du 2003 et du Secretariat, et les organisations consultatives pour le soutien inestimable à l'inscription réussie du Festival Adadajan du Nouvel An du Myanmar sur la liste du patrimoine culturel et matériel lors de la session en cours. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Muchas gracias. Now,
Muchísimas gracias.
Madam Chair, with your permission,
Yeah.
I'll pass the microphone to the Chair of Myanmar Cultural Heritage Trust for her remarks.
Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Chair and founder of Myanmar Cultural Heritage Trust that has led the process of preparing the nomination file of Adadajan with the support of communities, groups, and individuals through talks and discussions. The inscription of Adadajan on the Intangible Cultural Heritage List is a testimony of our commitment to the preservation of our heritage elements in our country. The inscription comes with the pride as well as with great responsibility to raise awareness of the element among the future generation. In the meantime, we are resolute to actively take part in the work of preparation, many more nomination files for the future Intangible Cultural Heritage inscription. Our people are very proud and happy regarding the inscription of our Adadajan. Thank you so much.
Felicitaciones nuevamente por su inscripción a Myanmar. Antes de ir al siguiente elemento, vamos a hacer una brevísima lección de guaraní. Baishapa significa ¿cómo están o cómo estás? Y la respuesta, cuando es simplemente bien, es ipona. Pero si es muy bien, es iponai terei. Así que les pregunto, ¿Baishapa? Muy bien. Iponai terei. Tenemos el siguiente elemento de Nigeria, el Durbar en Kano. Pido al órgano evaluador que presente sus conclusiones sobre este elemento. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is Durbar in Kano, submitted by Nigeria. Durbar is a procession involving men on horses and men and women on foot performing various actions transmitted through generations. The procession is a platform of cultural expressions that cut across different ethnicities, genders, and ages. The knowledge and skills related to Durbar are transmitted through informal training and hands-on practice within various groups associated with the element. The element promotes social integration of all ethnic groups in Kano. In addition, the file explains the connection between the element and the quality education, food security, healthcare, gender equality, inclusive economic development, environmental sustainability, and peace and social cohesion. There are many safeguarding measures proposed in the nomination file. These include training programs, workshops, capacity building for the communities, financial support, and use of the technology for awareness raising. To conclude, the evaluation body commends the State Party for a well-prepared and well-written file and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Propongo que proyectemos el proyecto de decisión en pantalla, proyecto de decisión 19,7B51, y lo adoptamos en su totalidad. Se adopta. La delegación de Nigeria tiene la palabra. Adelante.
Madam Chair, Her Excellency Nancy, our dear good friend and ambassador of Paraguay to UNESCO, ADG Culture, Otone, chairperson of the evaluation body, members of the committee, excellencies, and dear colleagues. I bring you fraternal greetings from the government and the good people of Nigeria. From the onset, let me appreciate the committee for the unanimous decision to inscribe the Kano Durbar as an intangible heritage of humanity. This inscription brings the number of elements inscribed on the list of Nigeria to a total of 8, and it means a lot to us. The inscription is yet another testimony of harmony in our common belief in culture and tradition as center to human development and linkage of historical pattern and contemporary practices through living heritages around the world. As will be seen in the video, Kano Durbar is one of such traditions of celebrating leadership, elegance, and the power of cooperation between communities, ethics, and nations. Since 1466, the Kano Durbar is held as a procession of 10,000 men on horses, as well as men and women on foot, performing different actions transmitted through generations. It is held ordinarily during the two Muslim festivals of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Kabir in the month of 9th and 10th of the Muslim calendar, respectively, every year, and on other occasions, special occasions, the emir being the center figure in every procession, his contingents made up of the palace courtiers, officials, and bodyguards. His chiefs, with their contingents, are characterized by specific dress codes, and their order of procession is based on the participation of their ancestors in the previous Durbar. The Durbar is a festival of color, respect, pride, and harmony. It is a powerful socio-cultural festival that brings together many ethnic groups, including the Hausa, the Fulani, Arabs, Nupe, Yoruba, and Toriks, those integrating them into one community with dominant Hausa Muslim culture. The special products of the various ethnic groups are incorporated in the Durbar over the centuries, constituting an industry that creates jobs, economic empowerment within the communities. Given its unique and uniting elements, the Durbar has grown to become popular to the point that many states across northern Nigeria now practice it, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as a carnival. We are convinced that the inscription of Kano Durbar on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity will contribute contribute to the visibility of the intangible cultural heritage in general, and raise awareness of its importance at the local level. This inscription is also an opportunity to expose to all UNESCO member states the creative content of one of the best equestrian heritage terms of apparels, properties, skills developed, deployed by the bearer and the practitioner. We are happy and also grateful once again for this inscription. It also brings to us pride, and we are determined to contribute to take solid safeguarding measures to preserve this great intangible heritage of humanity for future generations. We invite you all to consider Nigeria as your next holiday destination very soon, to be part of the already growing tourist attraction in our country. Madam Chair, with your permission, please let me invite the Executive Secretary of the National Institute of Culture, Cultural Institute in Nigeria, Orientation in Nigeria, to complement these remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Evaluation Body, distinguished delegates. Let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the Evaluation Body for the approval of this element. On behalf of the President of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Culture, Arts and Tourism and Creative Economy, the entire people of Nigeria, I say thank you for this immense recognition of a culture that serves not only the people of Kano, but the entire northern Nigeria. This feat gives us, as a country, immense pride. This element represents the veritable bond between kingship, leadership, and the people of Kano. It is more of a social contract that binds the individual community to each other in a way that fosters social cohesion. It is driven by collective purpose and creative ingenuity and a sense of communal dedication and commitment to centuries of cultural patrimony. This element is at the very core of our sustainable development as a people. Once again, Nigeria appreciates this gesture. Thank you very much.
Kano Durbar Festival is a religious and cultural festival which unifies the Kano community, also known as the Kano Emirate Council in Kano State, Nigeria. It is Nigeria's most spectacular and biggest horse parade as it marks the Islamic holidays of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The Emir of Kano is the bearer of the Kano Durbar Festival, and the festival cannot hold without his active participation. The festival is a portrayal of the gathering of regiments historically deployed for the defense and protection of the Kano Emirate, managed by the district heads and the chiefs of noble households, demonstrating their allegiance to the Emir of Kano by showcasing their horsemanship skills and valor. The order of procession of the parade is strictly organized, maintaining all the rules and regulations therein. The Emir and his entourage are positioned in between the chiefs of nobility at the front and the contingents of the chiefs of royalty at the rear. The procession to Fanisau Daba, Hawam Fanisau, which is the largest equestrian annual procession in West Africa, spanned a distance of approximately 28 kilometers with about 2,500 horses participating. About 2 million people, representing over 10% of Kano population, watches the Durbar Festival. The Kano Durbar Festival is celebrated in 4 days of grandeur, horsemanship and equestrian parades. It begins with Hawan Salah, which holds from the first day of Eid al-Kabir, Eid al-Adha, or even a special Durbar to honor an august visitor. The gun salute by the palace guards, May Tafari, signals the beginning and the end of the Durbar. The Hawandoshi takes place on the second day. The emir with his entourage rides out of the palace to Batandaki, the palace of the queen's mother, to pay homage to his mother. He rides through a stretch of quarters and homes of historically important families and returns to the palace of Kudu, where he takes position facing outwards for the Jahi, salute by the horsemen. The district heads, their families and entourage perform the traditional greetings in hierarchical order to reaffirm their loyalty to the emirate. It is a most intriguing and impressive part of Durbar as waves of riders charges towards the emir, only to pull aside directly in front of him in a cavalry salute. The Hawan Nasarawa takes place on the third day, when the emir and his procession move over to the state government house to pay homage to the governor. The Hawan Dorei holds throughout the fourth day. The emir's procession goes round the major quarters of Kano to acknowledge homage from his subjects. Although the procession is strictly made up of men dressed in magnificent robes and turban, with either one or two seemingly ears sticking out, denoting their royal lineages, it is the women courtiers who actually accompany the emir to the first inner gate of the palace, while the male counterparts take over the emir's contingent. Men, women, and children of the community line up along the procession route to pay homage to their emir. The Kano Durbar festival also showcases spectacular rhythmic display of traditional musical instruments, dances, justice, animal handlers, stuntmen, as well as the creativity of the craftsmen and women who produce the elaborate properties in costumes and displays during the festival.
This noble idea is indeed an honor, not only to the Emirate Council of Kano, but to Nigeria in general. And I wish to reassure you of our readiness to work hand in hand with you, get UNESCO to list the Kano Durbar on its representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity.
The Kano Durbar Festival continues to be the melting pot and unifying heritage of young and old in Kano.
Felicitamos nuevamente a Nigeria por esta hermosa inscripción. El siguiente elemento es presentado por la República Democrática Popular Lao. El Lao Lam Vong tiene el órgano evaluador la palabra para presentar este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Lao People's Democratic Republic has nominated Lam Vong Lao to the representative list. The Lam Vong Lao is a celebratory dance practiced widely by the Lao communities. Traditionally performed in villages, the dance is now practiced widely in events ranging from weddings to conferences. The knowledge and skills are transmitted informally through hands-on practice and observation, and also formally in the National College of Performing Arts, schools, and private education colleges. The state party has developed a national action plan to safeguard the element. The plan includes publications, funding support for performing arts schools, capacity building programs. In addition, the bearers and practitioners took an active role during the nomination process. Several open meetings involving associations, researchers, masters, teachers, performers, journalists, and NGOs were held. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body views that the file meets all 5 criteria and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Podemos tener el proyecto de decisión en pantalla. Proyecto de decisión 19-7B46. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. No veo objeciones. Se adopta. Ofrezco la palabra a la delegación. Adelante.
ท่านประธานที่นับถือบรรดาทานคณะกองเลขาบรรดาทานคณะกรรมการระหว่างรัฐบาลว่าด้วยการอนุรักษ์มรดกวัฒนธรรมนามธรรมบรรดาทานคณะกวดสอบในนามรัฐบาลและประชาชนแห่งสาธารณรัฐประชาธิปไตยประชาชนลาวข้าพเจ้ามีความปิติยินดีและภาคภูมิใจเป็นอย่างยิ่งต่อการประกาศรับรองเอาฟ้อนระวงลาวเป็นมรดกวัฒนธรรมนามธรรมของมวลมนุษย์โลกในวันที่5ธันวาคม 2024 โดยองค์การ UNESCO ฟ้อนระวงลาวเป็นศิลปะการแสดงที่สืบทอดมาแต่โบราณกำเนิดจากวิถีชีวิตการออกแรงงานความเชื่อและพิธีกรรมต่างๆของประชาชนบรรดาเผ่าการฟ้อนระวงประกอบด้วย8ท่ามาตรฐานที่สะท้อนถึงวิถีการดำรงชีวิตที่ประกอบไปด้วยความสามัคคีเป็นจิตหนึ่งใจเดียววัฒนธรรมแห่งความเบิกบานมวลซื่นและความรู้บุญคุณต่อพื้นแผ่นดินที่ประชาชนลาวดำรงชีวิตอยู่การถือคำพ้องเป็นมรดกวัฒนธรรมนามธรรมครั้งนี้แม่นหมากผลของการอนุรักษ์รักษาและส่งเสริมมรดกวัฒนธรรมอันดีงามและเป็นมนต์เชื่อของประชาชนลาวบรรดาเผ่านี่บ่เพียงแต่สร้างเกียรติอันสูงส่งแก่ประชาชนลาวเท่านั้นแต่ยังเป็นการสร้างความรับรู้และเข้าใจเกี่ยวกับวัฒนธรรมและหีดข้องประเพณีของประชาชนลาวบรรดาเผ่าที่สืบทอดกันมาหลายหุ่นคนข้าพเจ้าขอแสดงความขอบใจและสมเสยมายังทุกภาคส่วนโดยเฉพาะคณะกองเลขา UNESCO คณะกรรมการระหว่างรัฐบาลว่าด้วยการอนุรักษ์มรดกวัฒนธรรมนามธรรมและพิเศษต่อประเทศปารากวัยในนามประเทศเจ้าภาพที่จัดกองประชุมครั้งที่19ของคณะกรรมการระหว่างรัฐบาลว่าด้วยการอนุรักษ์มรดกวัฒนธรรมที่ได้ประกอบส่วนอันสำคัญเข้าในการรักษา
is one of the traditional dances of the Lao people, specific to Laos, and is a central and living part of Lao culture. It is danced at many, if not at all, occasions when there is a celebration. The Lam Vong is danced throughout Laos and across the whole spectrum of Lao society, from important international and government functions to popular festivities in halls and houses, and even in the streets. In the Lao countryside, people come together to celebrate key events of the Lao year with the Lam Vong. For example, when harvesting was finished, Lam Vong was traditionally danced around the harvested rice to show their happiness. To illustrate the importance of the Lam Vong dance to all the Lao people, not only would a Lao wedding be incomplete without the Lam Vong, but the first dance of the evening, where the husband invites his newlywed wife to dance, is a Lam Vong in solo. A second Lam Vong dance follows immediately, where the fathers and mothers-in-law and mothers and fathers-in-law dance together, and the rest of the guests are invited to join them. Even international guests of renown have danced the Lam Vong. The Lam Vong dance is present across all the provinces in Laos and in all of the Lao ethnic groups. The specific traditional music of the different provinces is used for the Lam Vong dance, which is always accompanied by a singer or several singers, which are called more Kap in the north of the country and more Lam in the south. This has produced an enormous variety of types of Lam Vong, each with its own codified steps and hand movements, which reflect the richness of Lao culture. There are 19 different types of Lam Vong dance in Laos, from the well-known Mo Lam songs such as Lam Salavan, Lam Tang Vai, the Lam Sipandon, to the well-known Kap songs such as Kap Nuong Pabang and the Kap Sing Kwong. The Lam Vong is an extremely elegant dance, where the dancers are very respectful of their partners. There is a formal greeting before the dance starts, and then the partners maintain a respectful distance where there is no physical contact. The name Vong means circle, and the dance is normally performed by many couples that dance in a circle. The man always dances in an inner circle, and the lady dances in an outer circle. Now, our children continue to perpetuate this unique Lao art.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a la República Democrática Popular del Lao por esta hermosa descripción. El siguiente elemento es presentado por Macedonia del Norte y Turquía. La fabricación y práctica musical de la gaita tradicional. Pido al órgano evaluador que nos presente sus conclusiones sobre este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. North Macedonia and Turkey have nominated traditional bagpipe, Geda Tulum, making and performing. The element is the making and performing of the traditional melody bagpipe, which is made out of boxwood. The bearers and practitioners of the element include traditional bagpipe makers, performers, and academics. The element promotes unity of communities and families during social activities. It serves as a symbol of cultural identity, thus reinforcing a sense of belonging, solidarity, and cooperation. Various safeguarding measures have been proposed by both submitting states. The joint measures include field research, exchange programs, and performances. Other measures include establishing a cultural space for the element and organizing festivals at the international level. To prepare the nomination file, both states established working groups involving various stakeholders, communications via email, interviews, and meetings between experts, practitioners, and other stakeholders provided the information needed to complete the nomination form. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Podemos tener el proyecto de decisión en pantalla, por favor. Proyecto de decisión 19,7B52. Si no tenemos ninguna objeción, propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. Se adopta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me congratulate you for the hospitality and excellent organization of the event. This joint success with the Republic of Turkey is a result of a teamwork among state institutions, scholars, and the big players who have safeguarded this instrument for centuries. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Republic of Turkey for the cooperation and congratulate them on the inscription of their tulum. The Macedonian type of bagpipe, once the instrument of the poor, has journeyed from rural areas to the university in Skopje and Štip, and now resonates across 3 continents, Europe, Australia, and America. It is played by Macedonians, but also by members of non-native cultures. On behalf of past, present, and future generation of bagpipers, I thank you, the Evolution Body and the Intergovernmental Committee, for inscribing the Macedonian bagpipe on the representative list. Ви благодариме UNESCO. Thank you, UNESCO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first thank to Paraguay for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to our delegation. I also wish to congratulate the committee, the evaluation body, and the Secretariat for the good work and successful organization of the whole event. Bagpipe is a traditional woodwind instrument with distinguished physical and sound characteristics. The instrument is known to raise the sense of happiness, joy, and thrill, as well as that of sadness and sorrow. It gathers people from different social backgrounds and cultures in various activities and events. In submitting states, it's practiced in a wide geographical range, which has been home to many different cultures throughout history. Thus, bagpipe tradition enhances historical bonds between the past and the present and strengthens the sense of cultural continuity for its communities. Taking this opportunity, I also wish to thank the Republic North Macedonia for its efforts in the preparation process. We hope that the inscription will increase the dialogue and create new network opportunities among communities in submitting states. Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a Turquía y Macedonia del Norte por esta hermosa inscripción. Seguimos con Noruega. Trajes tradicionales en Noruega, artesanía y práctica social. Pido al órgano evaluador que nos presente su informe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Traditional Costumes in Norway, Craftsmanship and Social Practice, submitted by Norway. In Norway, traditional costumes are tailored garments decorated with embroidery, ribbons, and fabrics, made of natural materials such as silk, wool, and linen. The production process involves a variety of craftspersons to embroider the costumes and make the accessories. Traditional costumes are worn at both private and public celebrations, symbolic of personal identity and family history. The transmission of the element through vocational schools and the public education system contributes to the quality education of communities, benefiting all, but especially women. The element also promotes economic development by supporting businesses and professional craftspersons. In addition, the file explains that the element promotes trust, inclusion, and a sense of belonging within communities. The evaluation body wishes to commend the State Party for a good quality video that provides a detailed visual presentation of the cultural practices of the element. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19,7B53. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. No veo objeciones. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a la delegación de Noruega. Adelante.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Norway and wearing my Omli bunad from my home area, one of more than 450 different traditional costumes, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for inscribing traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. I would also like to express our gratitude to the evaluation body for recommending the inscription. The acknowledgement is very important for the communities behind the nomination. They have been working targeted in order to safeguard and develop the knowledge of the Buna, both on the social practice and especially the fragile craftsmanship in particular. The inscription is a significant credit for the crafters in particular, for people wearing the costumes, and for the communities which all has actively supported and promoted the nomination. In Norway, we are honored to have received this acknowledgement. We sincerely hope and believe that it will inspire to safeguard the living heritage of Buna in Norway and also intangible cultural heritage worldwide. Allow me now, Chair, to give the floor to two representatives from the NGOs that in their daily work for several years systematically have been safeguarding the Buna tradition and for the last years have been working on this nomination. Please, Camilla Rossing and Solveig Torgersen Grinder.
Thank you. We are deeply grateful and delighted to finally reach
Could the microphone to the NGOs be put on? Let's do it this way.
We We are deeply grateful and delighted to finally reach this significant day and witness the inscription of traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice. This moment represents the culmination of a long and dedicated journey undertaken by the 5 NGOs directly involved in the nomination process from its inception. A primary goal for us has been to ensure a broad participation from all the communities concerned, including bearers, practitioners, and NGOs across the country. This inscription stands as a vital recognition of the exceptional work carried out predominantly by women in local communities who safeguard and transmit skills and knowledge to younger generations every day.
Traditional costumes are worn by people of all genders, age and social background, including women, men and children. Each region in Norway has its own distinctive costume, reflecting local identity and strong sense of belonging. These garments are integral to family events, celebrations and public occasions, and we are, of course, proudly wearing them today. This is an intangible culture heritage worn close to our bodies, marking significant rites of passage in our lives, in such way a heritage of great value. And we warmly invite you to our lunch seminar tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. in Room Juventud and Hotel Bourbon. And once again, thank you.
Felicitaciones, Noruega, por esta inscripción vibrante y colorida. Bueno, mientras Noruega celebra, queremos pasar a la siguiente inscripción de España e Italia, el toque manual de campanas. Pido al órgano evaluador que nos presente su informe sobre este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Spain and Italy have nominated manual bell ringing for inscription on an extended basis to include Italy on the representative list. In Spain and Italy, traditional manual bell ringing is a form of communication that is tied to the classification, acoustics, and shapes of bells, bell towers, and belfries, as well as to the knowledge, skills, and techniques of the campanari, bell ringers. Transmission processes in Italy are similar to those found in Spain. The practice is passed on informally through hands-on practice within families and through organizations. The nomination file explains how the two state parties will coordinate the implementation of the safeguarding plans. Several current and future safeguarding measures are proposed, including carrying out inventorying activities, archiving audio records, developing the Italian National Register of Bell Ringers, and providing financial resources for seismic adaptation and safety measures for identified places and bell towers. The newly joining communities in Italy participated in the preparation of the nomination file and demonstrated their consent through various letters. The letters from the communities in Spain demonstrated their support for the extension and that the inclusion of the Italian element could enrich the tradition and raise awareness and knowledge about the importance of the manual bell ringing tradition. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19,7B54, el toque manual de campanas. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a las delegaciones de España e Italia. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Excelencias, presidente y miembro del comité, distinguido experto del órgano de evaluación, delegados y participantes todos. Me gustaría expresar el más sincero agradecimiento de parte de Italia por vuestro trabajo y por el reconocimiento de uno de los patrimonios inmateriales de nuestra identidad, historia y cultura más significativo en el mundo. El elemento manual bell ringing, ya reconocido en el 2022 en la lista representativa de la UNESCO como Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial para España, se extiende ahora también a Italia. Este importante reconocimiento subraya la universalidad y el valor compartido de una tradición que ha acompañado el ritmo de las jornadas durante los siglos, uniendo generaciones y culturas en el melodioso sonido de las campanas. Un símbolo vivo, amado no solo por los italianos y nuestros colegas españoles, sino también por todo aquello en el mundo que han aprendido a apreciar su armonía. La extensión a Italia es una expresión de participación colectiva. Instituciones, comunidades patrimoniales y sociedad civil han compartido un largo y intenso trabajo. El proceso de candidatura involucró un grupo de trabajo multidisciplinario, adoptando un método participativo y reflexivo, promoviendo el intercambio de conocimientos y la cohesión comunitaria en el espíritu de la Convención de la UNESCO para la salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Por ello, agradezco a todos los representantes de la comunidad, a la Federación Nacional de los Campaneros, así como a la Oficina UNESCO del Ministerio de la Cultura, que coordinaron excelentemente este proceso. También agradezco al Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional y a la Delegación Permanente de Italia ante la UNESCO su constante y fundamental apoyo. Por supuesto, muchísimo agradecimiento también a España por su preciosa colaboración. Italia, siempre conjunto a la UNESCO, apoya la cultura como uno de los ámbitos más preciados para el bienestar de nuestras sociedades y la construcción de la paz. El reconocimiento del melodioso sonido de las campanas, que siempre ha evocado sensaciones de alegría, paz y comunidad, adquiere hoy un valor aún más profundo y simbólico. En un periodo de grande cambio y desafío globales, este sonido representa un llamado universal a la solidaridad. Las campanas, con su voz armoniosa, siguen siendo un puente entre el pasado y el presente, un símbolo de pertenencia y unidad que traspasa frontera y cultura, ofreciendo un mensaje de esperanza por un futuro más brillante y compartido. Hemos afrontado un camino de reconocimiento largo y significativo, que hoy queremos dedicar a los jóvenes para que se inspiren en estos valores y lleven adelante con entusiasmo la tradición de sonar las campanas y sean testigos de una historia que pertenece a todos. Celebramos este momento con alegría y orgullo junto a las comunidades del patrimonio inmaterial, custodios y protagonistas del mismo, que une y enriquece nuestro vivir cotidiano. Es gracias a su compromiso que esta tradición seguirá resonando, transmitiendo un mensaje de armonía y esperanza a través del tiempo y el espacio. Muchas gracias del corazón a todos.
Entenderá, Presidenta, que empiece mi intervención con un Viva l'Italia, con quien a partir de ahora compartimos aventura, y con tres agradecimientos. Uno primero a la Presidenta, porque realmente está conduciendo de forma magistral nuestros trabajos y además muestra una especialísima sensibilidad por el patrimonio inmaterial que agradecemos. Agradecerle también a la República del Paraguay la organización de esta 19ª sesión del Comité por su hospitalidad, su eficiencia y ese cariño que ya serán también patrimonio de todos. Y agradecer, lógicamente, al órgano de evaluación y a la Secretaría, porque realmente muestran su fidelidad a la Convención de 2003 y nos hacen a todos cada vez más orgullosos de formar parte de esta gran familia. Queremos reconocer, lo he hecho ya, a Italia, pero a todas las comunidades portadoras. El toque de campanas es un verdadero lenguaje universal que acompaña a los pueblos, une a las comunidades en momentos de alegría, de fiesta, pero también en momentos de peligro y de duelo. Y queremos llamar a todos los países que comparten esta tradición a unirse a la candidatura para hacer realmente universal este lenguaje y contribuir así a la salvaguarda de una expresión cultural que nos hace como somos, que nos proyecta hacia el futuro y que nos recuerda al pasado del que venimos, sin el cual nada puede explicarse. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias y felicitaciones de nuevo a España e Italia. Vamos ahora al siguiente elemento, presentado por Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Arabia Saudita, Omán, Qatar y Jordania. El café árabe, un símbolo de generosidad. Solicito al órgano evaluador que nos presente sus conclusiones sobre este elemento. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The United Arab Emirates, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan have nominated Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity for inscription on an extended basis to include Jordan on the representative list. Arabic coffee highlights an important aspect of generosity in Arab societies and the associated traditions of hospitality. Serving and drinking Arabic coffee is a daily ritual for communities, demonstrating the consent for the communities in these states. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión. Proyecto de decisión 19,7B55, café árabe, un símbolo de generosidad. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. No veo objeciones, se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a su excelencia, el embajador de Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, we would like to express our gratitude for the extension of the multinational nomination of Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity to include the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. This element was first inscribed in the 2015 on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity by the United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Sultanate of Oman, and State of Qatar. The inclusion of Jordan in the Arabic coffee nomination file is a significant addition considering the importance of the nation's Arabic coffee heritage and its social and cultural impact. Furthermore, this inclusion extends an invitation for other nations to join the file with the aim of preserving their related heritage. Madam Chair, Arabic coffee is a unique element served on all occasions. It is a cherished part of Arab hospitality in our communities, which brings together all of society through this special shared ritual. We look forward to continuing to safeguard Arabic coffee as an integral part of our traditions and intangible cultural heritage, for it to be continued to be passed down from one generation to the next. Thank you.
Felicitaciones por la descripción del café. Tenemos ahora otra presentación multipaís de Afganistán, Azerbaiyán, India, Irán, Irak, Kazajstán, Kirguistán, Pakistán, Tayikistán, Turkmenistán, Turquía, Uzbekistán y Mongolia. El Nowruz, que es el año nuevo persa. Doy la palabra al órgano evaluador para presentarnos este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Mongolia have nominated Nowruz, 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 and Nowruz for inscription on an extended basis to include Mongolia on the representative list. Nowruz is a traditional folk spring festival observed in several countries in Asia and the Middle East. For the practitioners in Mongolia, the Nowruz festival is a time for settling debts and disputes, thus promoting unity, solidarity, and respect for everyone participating. The Nowruz in Mongolia encourages dialogue and promotes social cohesion between different groups of people. The inscription on an extended basis to include Mongolia will promote human creativity and respect for cultural diversity. However, the evaluation body found that information about the elements' contributions to sustainable development could have been strengthened beyond the general reference to the content in the original file of the inscription. To protect and promote the element, a number of safeguarding measures were proposed. The joining state party also committed to adopting all the safeguarding measures proposed in the original file submitted for inscription. The role and involvement of the Kazakh communities in Mongolia in the planning and implementation of the proposed safeguarding measures were explained through the dialogue process. The evaluation body views that the file meets all 5 criteria and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19,7B56. Propongo que adoptemos para mí el Nowruz en su totalidad. Se adopta. Ofrezco la palabra al delegado permanente de Mongolia. Tiene la palabra en representación del grupo de países. Adelante.
Chère Madame la Présidente, les membres distingués du comité, Mesdames et Messieurs, à vos autres grades et qualités. C'est un jour marquant pour la Mongolie et pour notre peuple, notre communauté kazakh en Mongolie. Au nom de la Mongolie, tout particulièrement de la communauté kazakh en Mongolie, permettez-moi d'exprimer mes sincères remerciements du fond de mon cœur au comité et l'organe d'évaluation de leur décision accordée à cette extension. Nos sincères remerciements vont tout particulièrement aussi à la République islamique d'Iran de leur coordination de cette extension. Je souhaite aussi exprimer nos sincères gratitudes aux partis et aux membres communautés locales des porteurs des pays suivants: Afghanistan, Azerbaïdjan, Inde, Iran, Irak, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Ouzbékistan, Pakistan, Tadjikistan, Turquie, Turkménistan, pour leur soutien précieux. C'est un témoignage, c'est la beauté du PCI qui nous unit chacun et chacune. In Mongolia, Nowruz is one of the most important holidays of the year, and it's a symbol of unconditional love for Mother Nature and all living things, and the spirit of goodness. This Spring Festival contributes to fostering mutual understanding among ethnic groups, and most importantly, cultural diversity and bonds between nature and humans. Nowruz is a set of attributes as tangible and intangible cultural heritage of Kazakh people in Mongolia, and is an interconnected symbol of the respect, belief, and inspiration of individuals, groups, and communities. Mongolia will contribute to a collective commitment to safeguarding and rooting ICH element, and will closely collaborate with 12 joint states and other countries who will join in the future time to enhance the viability of this heritage element. Once again, thank you to our colleagues from the countries of Nowruz file. We are delighted with the inscription, with this extension, and we hope to see you in next Nowruz celebration very soon. So thank you for your attention, and with your permission, dear Chairperson, I would like to invite the coordinating country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, to make a statement on behalf of the group. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. In the name of God, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nowruz in a Persian language signifies new days. It marks the celebration of the new year and the arrival of spring, observed annually on the vernal equinox, 21st of March, in alignment with International Nowruz Day. This ancient tradition has been cherished by diverse people across different lands of thousands of years, embodying the wisdom and harmony of our ancestors with the universe and nature. On behalf of Iran, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Turkmenistan, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the people of Mongolia, particularly the Kazakh community in Mongolia, on embracing Nowruz. I also convey my best wishes to the other 12 member states celebrating Nowruz. Today, we take pride in the expansion of the Nowruz family made possible with the support of the evaluation body and a member of the Intergovernmental Committee. Furthermore, we warmly invite other countries whose communities share the heritage of Nowruz, particularly the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Georgia, and Armenia to join the Nowruz family. Through collaboration, we can safeguard this invaluable cultural element, contribute to the effective implementation of the 2003 Convention, and promote greater social cohesion and friendship among societies and nations. Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones. Pienso que los expedientes multipaís encarnan fielmente el espíritu de la Convención 2003. Tenemos otro expediente multipaís que lo presentan Chipre, Croacia, Eslovenia, España, Francia, Grecia, Italia, Suiza, Andorra, Austria, Bélgica, Irlanda y Luxemburgo. Conocimientos y técnicas del arte de la construcción en piedra seca. Doy la palabra al órgano evaluador para presentarnos este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Ireland, and Luxembourg have nominated Art of Dry Stone Construction, Knowledge and Techniques for inscription on an extended basis to include Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Ireland, and Luxembourg on the representative list. The art of dry stone construction is the practice of building with stone without using binding material. The knowledge of the element is part of sustainable land management and represents an important mitigation to the effects of climate change. The dry stone construction encourages dialogue as communities work together to build, maintain, and restore structures of widely ranging sizes and weights. The request to extend the inscription was initiated by newly joining communities who recognize the potential for closer collaboration among bearers and practitioners across all participating countries. The communities from the original states, along with international associations, were approached with the extension request, and they all supported the initiative and took part in meetings that involved both the original and newly joining communities. The evaluation body commends the state parties on a well-prepared file that features strong participation of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned, and recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19,7B57. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su totalidad. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a un representante de este grupo de países. Adelante.
Estimada Presidenta y miembros del órgano de evaluación, estamos todos encantados de recibir su decisión. De todos nuestros países, muchas gracias. The state parties from Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, and of course Ireland wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the members of the committee for this decision. We also wish to extend our deep gratitude to our colleagues from Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, and Switzerland for their support in this extension of the previous dry stone wall inscription. Working on this multinational inscription has already created an international community of stonemasons and artisans who are now working closely together, sharing knowledge and expertise between our countries. Para demostrar la alegría de las comunidades en nuestros países, nos gustaría compartir este corto video. Gracias.
Des de la comunitat andorrana volem donar les gràcies a la UNESCO per haver-nos permès de formar part d'aquesta gran família de la pedra seca. Nosaltres, amb la nostra empenta, farem que aquesta tècnica ancestral que ha modelat les nostres muntanyes i els nostres paisatges esdevingui un patrimoni per a tota la comunitat. Moltes gràcies, UNESCO! Gràcies!
We at the Austrian Dry Stone Wall want to promote dry stone walling in every way. Landscaping, gardening, children's workshop, construction. Since it's the most ancient most durable and most ecological way of building. With its positive decision, the UNESCO will boost the use and the safeguarding of dry stone walling for a future-proof and environmental friendly building.
Les murailleurs de la Fédération Wallonie-Bruxelles de Belgique sont très heureux de l'inscription de savoir-faire de la pierre sèche à l'UNESCO.
Radosni smo i ponosni smo što se širi krug zemalja koje prepoznaju suhozidnu gradnju kao svoju baštinu. Svaki kamen u zidu ima svoje mjesto.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη ικανοποίηση που ενημερωθήκαμε τη διεύρυνση του φακέλου, γιατί με αυτόν τον τρόπο ενισχύεται η δέσμευση της διεθνούς κοινότητας στην εφαρμογή της τεχνικής με κύριο σκοπό σήμερα την καταπολέμηση της ερημοποίησης των εδαφών και την αντιμετώπιση αποτελεσματικά των ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
La Fédération française des professionnels de la pierre sèche remercie chaleureusement l'UNESCO d'avoir élargi la communauté représentant l'élément, l'art de la construction en pierre sèche, aux États d'Andorre, d'Autriche, de Belgique, d'Irlande et du Luxembourg. Que nos savoirs et nos patrimoines nous rapprochent encore plus. Grand merci l'UNESCO.
We are very pleased that the journey that started in 2018 with the first inscription of dry stone walling on the representative list continues and attracts more fellow travelers. Dry stone walling is an essential aspect of landscaping everywhere in the world. We are so happy that we have the first enlargement and we are looking forward to more enlargements. Thank you.
Tá fear áthas arin go mbeidh tógáil clocha hingal na hÉireann ar lista UNESCO de air cultúra go lámhseathe. Báilín buchas goáil le gach aine go raibh buinte có leis an iartas seo, go mór na tíortha eile, a samíad asúil le comhaidbriú as cardis libh go léir. Mar a d'eireann an seanach go Gaelach, ní neart go cur le chéile.
L'arte della costruzione in pietra secca è un linguaggio universale che continua sempre di più a dimostrare la sua validità non solamente come espressione del passato, ma come espressione della contemporaneità, dei valori dell'oggi, tra cui quelli ambientali. L'Italia è onorata di aver fatto parte del primo dossier di candidatura e oggi accoglie con grande entusiasmo l'estensione del dossier.
Am Kader von unserer gemeinsamen multinationalen Kandidatur von der Kunst Drschmauern zu bauen. Ein grosses Merci von Lützeburg und UNESCO, uns auf die Repräsentativliste vom immateriellen Kulturerbe von der Menschheit abgeholt zu haben. Wir freuen uns.
Zahvaljujemo se za širitev UNESCO-ve suhozidarske družine.
Desde la comunidad portadora de la piedra en seco en España queremos agradecer a la UNESCO la inscripción en la lista representativa del patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad de esta técnica constructiva. Nos va a permitir conservar y mantener este legado tradicional histórico para las generaciones posteriores.
Bonjour les Suisses. Nous nous réjouissons beaucoup de voir que la famille Mur de Pierre Sèche s'est agrandie aujourd'hui. Merci au comité pour cette décision positive et puis bienvenue à ces 5 nouveaux pays. Nous espérons vous voir tous, vous rencontrer en Autriche l'année prochaine.
It made the Austrian dry stone wall community very happy.
Pozdrav iz Hrvatske.
À bientôt.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a este grupo de países por esta hermosa descripción. Bueno, mientras dura el jolgorio, queremos pasar a presentar el último elemento de esta fase, que lo presentan, es también una inscripción multipaís, lo presentan Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire e Indonesia. Las prácticas y expresiones culturales vinculadas al Balafon y el Kolintang en Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire e Indonesia. Doy la palabra al órgano evaluador para presentarnos este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia have nominated cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia for inscription on an extended basis to include Indonesia on the representative list. The Balafon in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Côte d'Ivoire, and the Kolintang in Indonesia refer to a set of wooden xylophones of different lengths. The Indonesian and West African instruments share similarities in material, shapes, keys, functions, transmission processes, and values. The file explains how the element will contribute to various aspects of sustainable development. The extension is also expected to increase interest in and awareness of the communities in the 4 countries, thus promoting intercultural dialogue and fostering mutual respect, and contributing to social cohesion and peace. It will also increase awareness of the value of intangible cultural heritage in countries in Africa and Asia. In addition, the file explains how communities, groups, and individuals in various provinces in Indonesia participated in meetings and prepared the safeguarding plans. The evaluation body wishes to commend the state parties for a well-prepared file that can serve as a good example for multinational files, reflecting a model of collaboration between diverse countries from 2 electoral groups. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tenemos entonces en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19,7B58 que propongo lo adoptemos en su totalidad. No veo objeciones. Se adopta. Y ofrezco la palabra a los representantes de este grupo de países. Adelante.
Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi, au nom du Burkina Faso, de la Côte d'Ivoire et du Mali, de prendre la parole. Nous remercions l'Indonésie de nous l'accorder en premier. Et à chaque fois que nous nous retrouvons pour consacrer à l'universel ce qui est cher à nos différents peuples, les pratiques, représentations, expressions, connaissances et savoir-faire, ainsi que les instruments, nous sommes fort heureusement en train nous-mêmes de briser les frontières géographiques, de rassembler et de rapprocher les peuples. Nous sommes en train d'unir les nations, les peuples, les langues, les cultures du monde. En Indonésie comme au Burkina Faso, en Côte d'Ivoire, au Mali, le Balafon et le Kolintang représentent le respect mutuel et la tolérance et promeuvent la vie, l'unité et l'harmonie. Ce rapprochement favorise ainsi le dialogue interculturel pour accroître l'intérêt et la sensibilisation des communautés des 4 pays au respect mutuel, à la cohésion sociale et à la paix. Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Comité intergouvernemental de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel, en acceptant d'inscrire le Balafon et le Kolintang, vous consacrez à l'universel une chaîne de travail dans la fabrication de cet instrument inscrit en 2012 et avec une extension en 2024. En effet, depuis le bûcheron jusqu'aux danseurs, il y a tout un corps de métiers qui sont les garants de la tradition, qui autorisent par des rituels mystiques la coupe des arbres spéciaux, la fabrication des fibres, les calebasses produites dans les champs des paysans, les membranes savamment recherchées et retirées. Ainsi, ce patrimoine culturel immatériel commun, transmis de génération en génération, sera recréé en permanence par les communautés dans leur interaction avec la nature et de leur histoire pour la conservation d'un sentiment d'identité et de continuité, contribuant ainsi à la promotion et au respect de la diversité culturelle et de la créativité humaine. Par ma voix, au nom des comités locaux qui ont à pratiquer le balafon au Burkina Faso et en communion fraternelle avec les autres communautés de la Côte d'Ivoire et du Mali qui ont permis cette extension, je vous dis merci. Pour conclure, nous remercions l'organe d'évaluation pour la mention spéciale faite à cette inscription du Balafon et du Kolintang. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the inscription of cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia on the list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. I would like to express my profound gratitude to my esteemed colleagues from Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and the dedicated communities who have supported the Kolintang Balafon extension. Your warm reception and an unwavering commitment has made this milestone possible. We are profoundly excited by this inscription as it signifies a landmark achievement, the first multinational file that bridges nations from the Asia-Pacific and African groups. The Kolintang of Indonesia and the Balafon of West Africa, despite their vast distance, are deeply connected as cultural symbols and storytelling instruments. The Kolintang embodies Indonesia's heritage, while the Balafon is vital to West African traditions. Together, they illustrate the universal language of music, reflecting our shared values in upholding the importance of preserving cultural diversity and natural sustainability. This inscription serves as a powerful example of how living heritage can unite people across different ethnicities, religious beliefs, languages, and nations. It is a reminder that despite our differences, we are bound together by creativity, resilience, and the transformative power of music. We are confident that this inscription will serve as a powerful inspiration and catalyst for peace and harmony, transcending geographic, cultural, and linguistic barriers. Madam Chair, it is now my honor to present a video message from His Excellency Fadli Zon, the Minister of Culture of Indonesia, who will deliver a statement on the inscription of Kolintang Balafon. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the committee, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Today, we celebrate a historic moment that fills us with pride and gratitude, the inscription of the Kolintang, a traditional Indonesian musical instrument as part of UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Kolintang, a traditional xylophone-like instrument, has been an integral part of the Minahasa community in North Sulawesi province for centuries. It symbolizes harmony, unity, and the creative ingenuity of the Indonesian people. The inscription of Kolintang as intangible cultural heritage of humanity also reflects its cross-cultural values. Our collaboration with Mali, Burkina Faso, and Côte d'Ivoire through its connection to Balafon illustrates how traditional music can bridge nations. This decision reflects more than a strategic adjustment. It highlights a beautiful truth about humanity. Despite the vast distances between Indonesia and West Africa, we find echoes of our cultural expression in one another. While distinct in origins and practices, Kolintang and the Balafon demonstrate how music transcends borders, uniting us in shared creativity and rhythm, and respecting the world's rich cultural diversity. As we celebrate its journey toward global recognition, let us also reflect on the deeper connection it represents, not just within our nation, but across the world. This recognition by UNESCO is a testament to the tireless efforts of everyone. I sincerely appreciate all of you, musicians, artisans, cultural practitioners, and local communities in Indonesia who have worked together to preserve, promote, and share Kolintang with the world. We are grateful for your skill and devotion. We thank you for sharing its magic with the world and inspiring new generations to embrace this heritage. Your hard work, resilience, and commitment have ensured that Kolintang continues to thrive and be celebrated both in Indonesia and beyond. I hope that the inscription of Kolintang will inspire dialogue and mutual understanding among cultural practitioners and act as a bridge that connects generations, a medium that tells stories of our past and symbolizes our cultural identity. We thank UNESCO and the global community for supporting the preservation of Kolintang. May this inscription mark the beginning of closer and more sustainable collaborations in the future. Today's milestone is not the end of our journey. It is the beginning of a renewed commitment, and we must remember the responsibility that comes with recognition. Let us work together to ensure that Kolintang, a vibrant symbol of creativity, harmony, and unity, continues to inspire and connect our past, present, and future. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Muchísimas gracias. ¡Ay, música en el fondo! Que tengo miedo perderte después. Está tocando un bolero, patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo a perderte después. ¡Bravo! Bueno, estamos listos para examinar el subpunto 7C. Examen de las solicitudes de transferencia de elementos de una lista a otra. Quiero invitar a la señora secretaria a presentar este punto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under this sub-item 7C, the committee will examine 3 requests, all submitted by China, to transfer an element from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. While this is the first time that the committee is examining transfer requests under the new procedure, the inscription criteria are those of the representative list and that the committee has already reviewed them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko. Pasemos ahora a examinar los expedientes individuales. En primer lugar, examinaremos la solicitud de transferir técnicas textiles tradicionales de los li, hilado, tinte, tejido y bordado a la lista representativa por China. Le cedo la palabra al órgano evaluador para que nos presente sus conclusiones sobre esta solicitud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first request is the traditionally textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering, submitted by China. In the inscription in 2009 on the urgent safeguarding list, it was noted that there were only 1,000 practitioners of mostly older people, and there were concerns about the reluctance among younger generations to acquire the traditional knowledge and skills. Over time, the intergenerational transmission has been strengthened. Based on the latest periodic report, there are nearly 20,000 barriers and over 1,000 mastering the full set of skills. The element has been revitalized and enhanced over time with the successful revitalization and sustainable management of the element through efforts such as the establishment of cooperatives and the integration of techniques into formal education. The evaluation body would like to commend the state party for the effectiveness of the safeguarding measures and for the elements contributing to gender equality and inclusive social development. Therefore, the evaluation body recommends that the element be transferred to the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esta presentación. La mesa no recibió ninguna solicitud de debate ni enmienda para este expediente. Por lo tanto, puedo pedir al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente tal y como se muestra en pantallas. Proyecto de decisión 19,7C1. No veo objeciones, por tanto, declaro adoptada. Felicitaciones. China tiene la palabra.
尊敬的主席女士，尊敬的助理总干事先生、女士们、先生们，感谢委员会对该遗产项目保护工作的肯定，并将其列入代表作名录。自列入急需保护名录以来，中国紧紧围绕该遗产项目后继乏人的风险，通过支持鼓励传承人传艺带徒，大力开展各类培训、纳入正规教育等方式，促进该遗产项目的传承。传承群体由1000人增长至2万人。在实现振兴的同时，该遗产项目也为黎族民众，特别是女性，提供可持续生计，为年轻一代的全民教育提供优质资源，为不同社区开展相互尊重的对话等作出重要贡献。中国将基于该遗产项目保护现状， 继续有针对性地采取保护措施，维护文化多样性，确保该遗产项目为可持续发展和代表作名录目标做出更大的贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for the inscription of traditional Li textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering on the representative list. Since its inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, China has specifically addressed the risk of intergenerational transmission. With increased efforts in safeguarding, such as the enhancement of capacity building of bearers and practitioners through all kinds of training workshops, and the inclusion of the element in formal education systems, the number of practitioners has grown significantly from 1,000 to more than 20,000. While achieving its revitalization, the element has also substantially contributed to sustainable livelihoods for the Li people, particularly women, quality education for the younger generation, and mutual respect and dialogue. Based on the assessment of its current viability and risks, China will continue to take targeted safeguarding measures to ensure that the element contributes to sustainable development and the goals of the representative list. Please enjoy a short video from the communities of the element. Thank you.
"祝贺黎族传统珐琅织绣技艺转入人类非物质文化遗产代表作名录。感谢联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化遗产政府间委员会。
以后我会继续努力，让更多的年轻人加入到传承礼景技艺的队伍中来。
我觉得非常高兴和自豪。我承诺以后会毫无保留地传授学生织锦技艺，让我们的礼锦文化世代延续。
在此向联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化遗产政府间委员会表达最深切的谢意。
我们承诺会在以后的课程实践中兼顾起传承者的责任，让礼锦文化不断传承创新，枝繁叶茂。
Gracias, China. ¿Podría el órgano de evaluación presentar la siguiente solicitud para transferir la fiesta del Año Nuevo de los Qiang, presentado por China, a la lista representativa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file submitted by China is Chang New Year Festival. The Chang New Year Festival is an annual event of Chang ethnic group in China. The element was originally inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list in 2009 due to concerns about its viability. At that time, the festival faced numerous challenges, including rural-urban migration, difficulties in engaging younger practitioners, and the devastating impact of the 2008 Balafon earthquake. Significant efforts have been made since then. Efforts to enhance intergenerational transmission have borne fruit, as shown by the increasing number of practitioners and the festival's growing importance within the community, highlighted in the periodic report. Communities, groups, and individuals have played an active role in planning and implementation of safeguarding measures. In this regard, the evaluation body wishes to commend the state party for the level of inclusion of practitioners in the nomination process and for integrating the element into formal education. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be transferred to the representative list. Thank you.
Gracias de nuevo por esta presentación clara y detallada. La mesa no recibió ninguna solicitud de debate ni enmienda, por lo tanto pido que el comité adopte el proyecto de decisión tal y como se muestra en pantallas. Proyecto de decisión 19,7C2. No veo objeciones. Se adopta. China tiene la palabra.
尊敬的主席理事，尊敬的助理主干事先生、女士们、先生们，感谢委员会对该遗产项目保护工作的肯定，并将其列入代表作名录。在2008年汶川地震灾后重建中，中国因地制宜，将该遗产项目及应予发展该遗产项目的文化和自然生态予以区域性整体保护，不仅提升了该遗产项目的存续率，也充分发挥了该遗产项目对羌族民众地震灾后重塑社区信念和复原力，强化对粮食安全和环境保护重要性的认识，带动社区民众就业增收，增强社会凝聚力等多个可持续发展方面的积极贡献。该遗产项目的保护是中国非遗整体性保护方式的优秀实践案例，相信能为各国开展非遗保护提供有益的参考。中国将继续统筹运用整体性保护、分类保护、生产性保护等方式，精准施策，不断增强非物质文化遗产的传承活力。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for the inscription of Chang New Year Festival on the representative list. In the reconstruction after 2008 Wenchuan earthquake, the safeguarding of the element, its cultural space and ecological environment was implemented in a holistic approach, which has significantly improved the viability of the element. Consequently, the festival has played a key role in rebuilding faith and resilience after the 2008 earthquake, raising people's awareness of food security and environmental protection, contributing to the sustainable livelihood of the communities and promoting social and family harmony. We believe that this practice of China's holistic approach to safeguard ICH could serve as an example for the committee and states parties. China will continue to implement targeted safeguarding measures that adapt to the needs of different ICH elements to enhance the viability of living heritage. Please allow us to share the voice of our communities through a short video. Thank you.
致力做好千年短尾人类非物质文化遗产保护名录。感谢联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化机构审查机构。
我说应该还是咱这每年不，给这个他每年还是按的这钱，咱这每年给，给这个我们。查是俺那个现在那个南哈去南的查去，俺每年还是不是每年不俺每年还是按的这些。
承诺将进一步通过自己的努力，更好地保护我们的文化。
我们将进一步保护、传承、发展青年和乡村文化。
我们将继续努力，更好地保护千年。
我将发挥传承人的作用，带头受益，为千年的传承保护贡献自己的力量。
我承诺将进一步通过自身努力，以枪绣非遗传承人的身份角色，更好保护枪绣。
感谢联合国教科文组织、审查机构和保护机构。
文化馆作为保护单位，我们将继续保护好枪联遗产项目，更好地发挥遗产项目在提高非遗认识、鼓励对话和促进可持续发展等方面起到积极的作用。
Gracias, China. ¿Podría el órgano de evaluación presentar la última solicitud? El diseño y las técnicas tradicionales chinas de construcción de puentes con arcadas de madera. Tiene la palabra el órgano evaluador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next request for transfer is submitted by China for the traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges. The traditional design and practices for building of Chinese wooden arch bridges combine the use of wood, traditional architectural tool, and craftsmanship. The element was first inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list in 2009, as the tradition had declined over the years due to rapid urbanization, scarcity, the timber, and lack of the available construction space, all of which threaten its transmission and survival. The latest periodic report explains that the viability of the element has improved since the inscription in 2009. The population of bearers and the frequency of practice of the element has increased, and the transmission of the element has been strengthened. This was achieved due to the joint efforts of multiple actors, especially the contributions of the communities. The updated safeguarding plan includes various initiatives such as transmission of essential skills and knowledge by master craftspeople, creative methods to engage the younger generations, and increasing awareness through diverse media channels. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the transfer of the element to the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. La mesa tampoco ha recibido ninguna solicitud de debate ni enmienda. Por tanto, puedo pedir al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión tal y como se ve en pantalla. Proyecto de decisión 19,7C3 se adopta. China tiene la palabra.
尊敬的主席女士，尊敬的助理总干事先生、女士们、先生们，该遗产项目是相关社区适应自然环境、顺应生产生活需要、合理利用自然资源而创造出的技艺实践和知识体系，是当地村落文化生态系统的有机组成部分可持续发展的重要资源。自列入急需保护名录以来，在各级政府和其他利益相关方的大力支持下，相关社区保护该遗产项目的积极性得到了极大提升。在村落文化和生态环境保护、原材料可持续供给、代际传承、共同参与造桥和相关文化实践与物质文化遗产协同保护等各项保护措施的实施中发挥了主体作用。中国感谢委员会对该遗产项目及其保护工作的肯定，将继续确保相关社区群体和个人成为其非遗保护的最广泛的参与者和最大的受益者。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. Traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges contains traditional techniques, practices, and knowledge systems created by the local communities in response to natural environment, needs of production and life, and the management of natural resources. It constitutes an integral part of the local cultural ecosystem and an important resource for sustainable development. Since its inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, with support from governments at all levels and relevant stakeholders, The communities concerned have been fully mobilized and have taken the primary role in safeguarding their living heritage. Local communities and woodworkers of all genders are jointly involved in the construction, maintenance, and use of the bridges. The sustainable supply of raw wood materials, the protection of the cultural and ecological environment of the villages, as well as in the related folk practices. China would like to thank the committee for recognizing the effectiveness of the element safeguarding and will continue to ensure the widest possible participation of communities and to involve them actively in the management of safeguarding ICH. We'd like to share a video from the communities of the element. Thank you.
我由衷地祝贺这个遗产项目卷入人类非遗代表作名录，这也是对我们传承人多年努力的最好肯定。未来我们将坚守匠心，积极收徒受益，把这项技艺传承下去。
这门技艺不仅仅是我的工作，更是我一生中的热爱和追求。
我将继续肩负传承重任，让更多人了解和爱上这项技艺。
热烈祝贺转名录成功！
在未来，我们会持续扩展传承队伍。
作为传承人，我感到非常自豪，这是一个很有成就感的时刻。
木拱桥对于乡村和社区的发展都有辉煌的意义，它激发了乡村发展活力，拓展了村落文化空间，让村民们有一个非常好的休息、交流、聚会平台。
桐园桥是我们村的骄傲和文化标志。未来我们将继续完善廊桥保护计划，助力家乡发展。
在今后的工作中，学校将结合学科知识，充分利用信息技术手段，进一步优化传承木拱桥知识与技艺的形成，丰富学生的知识体系。
欢迎大家来我们家乡玩。
Bueno. Señoras y señores, estamos llegando hacia el final de la sesión de la mañana. La pausa para comer será de 12:30 a 14:30. No olviden que durante las pausas y después de las sesiones de la tarde tienen lugar eventos paralelos y los anuncios pueden ver en pantalla. Para más información pueden consultar el calendario de eventos disponible en la página web de la comisión. Les recuerdo que durante la pausa tendrá lugar la ceremonia de entrega de certificados a los elementos recientemente inscriptos y quisiera dar la palabra a Fumiko para que nos explique cómo es la ceremonia.
Thank you very much. Allow me to make an important announcement to those who are wishing to receive a certificate. Because of the changes related to the ADG's travel schedule, the Secretariat would like to invite all remaining submitting states wishing to receive the certificates to please come to the ceremony during this lunchtime if you can. We will try to accommodate everybody wishing to receive the certificates during this lunchtime. For 3 proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices that have not yet been examined by the committee under the item 7B, we will organize a brief ceremony, certificate ceremony, at the end of today's session. In any case, the Secretariat will be on the podium right at the end of this session to be able to receive your questions. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko. Y antes de irnos a cantar, quisiera invitar al escenario a un compatriota que es un juglar de la guarania. Ricardo Flecha va a deleitarnos con unas guaranias antes de ir al almuerzo.
Pero me encantaría que me acompañe, Presidenta.
Sí, desde acá.
Desde ahí, sí.
Sí. Absolutamente.
India bella mezcla de diosa y pantera,
doncella desnuda que habita el Guairá.
arisca romanza curvó sus caderas,
copiando un recodo de azul Paraná.
montaras india manceba de la raza virgen Eva Guayaquil. De su tribu la flor montaras
Arisca de amor.
Ven guaraní. Una noche tibia nos conocimos
junto al lago azul del Pacaraí.
Tú cantabas triste por el camino,
viejas melodías en guaraní,
y
con el embrujo de tus canciones iba renaciendo tu amor en mí. En la noche hermosa de plenilunio de tu blanca mano sentí el calor que con tus caricias me dio el amor. ¿Dónde estás ahora, cuñataí? Que tu suave canto no llega a mí. ¿Dónde estás ahora? Mi ser te añora con frenesí. Todo te recuerda mi dulce amor junto al agua azul de Ipacaraí. Vuelve para siempre, mi amor te espera.
Muchas gracias.
Ahora sí, podemos ir a almorzar. Muchas gracias.
为例的。
Excellencies, dear ambassadors, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this certificate ceremony. Allow me to explain very briefly how we shall proceed. I will be calling each state party to come and collect the certificate on the coconut podium, and then you will have a photo, and then you will be leaving the stage in order to allow to the next state party to take the certificate. So without any delay, let me call the Republic of Korea for knowledge, beliefs, and practices related to junk making in the Republic of Korea, followed by Spain and after Japan. Thank you and congratulations. Spain, Asturian cider culture. To be followed by Japan and the multinational file of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Thank you and congratulations once more. Japan, traditional knowledge and skills of sake making with koji mold in Japan, followed by Egypt, Saudi Arabia for the multinational, and then France. Congratulations once more. And now, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, Semsemia instrument crafting and playing, followed by France and Ethiopia for the multinational file, Djibouti and Somalia. Saudi Arabia. Is there someone from Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia? La France, les savoir-faire des couvreurs, zingueurs parisiens et des ornemanistes. To be followed by the multinational nomination file from Ethiopia, Djibouti and Somalia. And Félicitations pour la France. And now, Ethiopia, Djibouti and Somalia for her Shise oral customary laws of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti and Somalia. To be followed by the multinational file for the art of dry stone construction, knowledge and techniques. Thank you, congratulations. Now, Ireland, Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg for art of dry stone construction, knowledge and techniques. L'art de la construction en pierre sèche, savoir-faire et technique. To be followed by Myanmar and the multinational file of Turkey and North Macedonia. Congratulations, félicitations. Myanmar, Myanmar Traditional New Year Atta Tingrian. To be followed by the multinational file of Turkey and North Macedonia and Malaysia afterwards. Congratulations. Turkey, North Macedonia, traditional bagpipe, gaida tulum, making and performing. To be followed by Malaysia and Lao People's Democratic Republic. Congratulations. Malaysia, breakfast culture in Malaysia, dining experience in a multi-ethnic society. Malaysia, okay. Lao People's Democratic Republic, Phon Lam Vong Lam Vong Lao, to be followed by Norway and the multinational file of Sweden and Norway. Congratulations. Norway, traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice. Sweden, Norway, summer farming at Fabod and Setter, knowledge, traditions, and practices related to the grazing of outlying lands and artisan food production. Norway, where is Norway? 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 Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so congratulations, thank you. Guatemala, Guatemala is coming, to be followed by Azerbaijan and Albania. Guatemala, technique of making the giant kites of Santiago, Zacatepeques, and Zumpango, Guatemala. Everything will be delivered. Everything, yes. But I don't know. You have to wait. Congratulations. Congratulations. Azerbaijan, Tandir craftsmanship and bread baking in Azerbaijan. Yes, sure. To be followed by Albania and Cameroon. Congratulations. Albania, semi-dancing of Tropoe, to be followed by Cameroon and Botswana. Le Cameroun, avec le Ngodo, culte des oracles de l'eau et tradition culturelle associée chez les Sawa. To be followed by Botswana and the multinational file for the traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread. Félicitations. Botswana, Wasana ritual and associated practices. To be followed by the multinational file for the traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread, and to be followed by Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran for the multinational file. Congratulations. Now the multinational file, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Honduras, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, for traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread, to be followed by Tajikistan and Iran, and then the multinational file for henna. Tajikistan et l'Iran. Congratulations. Now, Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran, ceremony of Meregan. Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran, ceremony of Meregan, to be followed by the multinational file for henna with United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, State of Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Tunisia, and Yemen, to be followed by France and Belgium. Congratulations. Now, the multinational file, United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, State of Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Tunisia, Yemen, for henna rituals, aesthetic and social practices. OK. La France et la Belgique pour la culture foraine. to be followed by Grenada.
Il reste 1, 2 plus 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Congratulations. Grenada. Grenada. For Shakespeare Mass, a traditional component of Kyriakou's annual carnival. To be followed by Ukraine and Estonia. Congratulations. Ukraine and Estonia for the multinational file, Pisanka, Ukrainian tradition and art of decorating eggs.
Hungary. It's almost at the end.
Congratulations. Estonia for cooking and eating mulgi pudar, traditional mashed potato with barley in the Mulgimac region, Estonia. To be followed by China. China. Spring festival social practices of the Chinese people in celebration of traditional New Year. Now, China has 3 other certificates. Congratulations. Now, another certificate for China. Traditionally textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering. Another one, Chang New Year Festival. Nigeria can get ready, to be followed by also Indonesia. And The last one for China, traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges. To be followed by Nigeria and Indonesia. Congratulations, Nigeria, Nigeria,
Señoras y señores, muy buenas tardes. Espero que hayan tenido un estupendo almuerzo, hayan podido descansar un poco. Estamos listos para comenzar la sesión de la tarde. Hemos concluido el examen de los expedientes del punto 7b y 7c. Enhorabuena y felicitaciones a los estados partes cuyos elementos han sido inscritos. Me informaron que en lo que respecta al expediente multinacional del Nowruz, uno de los estados que lo han presentado desearía hacer una aclaración. Por lo tanto, cedo la palabra al distinguido delegado de Irán. Adelante, por favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to clarify that in our statement, the congratulations to Mongolia are from all 12 states parties, and the intimate invitation to join Nowruz is from Iran, regarding the soul of the convention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Comencemos ahora la sesión de la tarde con las propuestas del registro de buenas prácticas. Me gustaría pedir a Fumiko que nos presente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome back. So under this item 7D, the committee will examine 3 proposals in the following order: Slovakia, Ukraine, and finally Oman. Let me recall that the committee is to evaluate to which extent the proposals best reflect the principles and objectives of the Convention. In other words, it is not necessary to meet each and every criterion in order for the proposal to be selected. The purpose of this register is to select effective safeguarding practices to be selected, disseminated, and potentially replicated elsewhere. Before starting the examination of the proposals, the committee may wish to keep in mind the criteria that must guide your decisions today. And you can see them on the screens. I also take this opportunity to remind the committee that the evaluation body assessed these proposals according to the old P criteria as they were submitted before the recent amendments made to the operational directives by the 10th session of the General Assembly in June this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko. Ahora le cedo la palabra al órgano evaluador para que comparta con nosotros sus conclusiones sobre la primera propuesta, la Escuela de Artesanía ULUV, proyecto de decisión 19,7D1, presentada por Eslovaquia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first file is the School of Crafts ULU, submitted by Slovakia. The School of Crafts ULU is a national program that was started in 1999 to safeguard, promote, and develop traditional crafts in Slovakia. Its courses have encouraged and facilitated the use of available natural materials for a wide range of traditional craft techniques. The nomination file included various statistics to demonstrate the results and effectiveness of the program. Participation of the communities in the implementation of the program is strong, with craftspeople, artisans, students, and tutors participating in the transmission of knowledge and skills. The evaluation body wishes to highlight that this is a well-prepared file that can serve as a good safeguarding model for transmitting traditions to future generations. For these reasons, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the register of good safeguarding practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Creo que puedo pedir al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente tal y como se muestra en pantalla.
Promoting our cultural heritage. On behalf of all craftsmasters, lecturers, and participants of the School of Crafts Uluf, that is part of Center for Folk Art Production, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the members of the evaluation body for their dedicated time and effort in evaluating our proposal, and to the committee members for their invaluable support. We are especially delighted as this marks the first proposal by Slovakia selected for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which we highly appreciate and consider a vital tool for sharing innovative ideas, impactful programs, and inspiring projects. In the field of traditional crafts, many countries face similar challenges. A regional or state system of safeguarding traditional crafts under one roof, in close cooperation with the bearers, as it is the case of Center for Folk Art Production and School of Craft, offers many benefits.
And craftspeople, driven by passion and dedication, preserve this tradition with unwavering commitment, recognizing this as the most effective way how to inspire younger generation and ensure the safeguarding of these cherished practices. The programs are thoughtfully designed to be inclusive, accommodating persons with physical impairments and welcoming international guests. Currently, traditional crafts provide not only an opportunity for employment based on sustainable resources, but also a means of therapy that promotes mental health and well-being for participants involved. I try. Auge ko guatia peme envare kotem biampo poraite e Slovakia gua. Ore rembiapo, orem bovi ava.
Nuestro trabajo que nos hace feliz, dice la Madame Volanska, nuestra reportera. Muchas gracias por ese esfuerzo de hablar nuestra lengua, lo aprecio mucho. Me encanta. Gracias, Eslovaquia.
Vážené dámy a páni, príjmite srdečné pozdravy z Bratislavy, z centrály Ústredia ľudovej umeleckej výroby, ktoré ako štátna inštitúcia už od roku 1945 naplňa svoje poslanie v oblasti ochrany a rozvoja tradičných remesiel na Slovensku. Jeho neodmysliteľnou súčasťou je od roku 1999 Škola remesiel, ktorá združuje komunitu majstrov výrobcov, lektorov a záujemcov z radov dospelej i detskej verejnosti. Dovoľte mi poďakovať sa za výber Školy remesiel Úľu, aby sa stal súčasťou zoznamu dobrých praktík ochrany živého dedičstva.
Ocenenie je pre nás veľkým záväzkom do budúcnosti, aby sme svojou činnosťou aj naďalej rozvíjali krásu remesla a tým zachovávali kontinuitu v starostlivosti o živé dedičstvo Slovenska. Ďakujeme.
Felicitaciones y gracias, Eslovaquia. El órgano de evaluación puede, por favor, presentarnos el siguiente dossier, que es el Programa de Salvaguardia de la Tradición Copsa y la Viola Rueda, proyecto de decisión 19,7D2, presentado por Ucrania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is the Safeguarding Program of Kobza and Lyre Tradition submitted by Ukraine. The main goal of the safeguarding program is to support, protect, and maintain the Kobza and the lyre tradition. It's a master apprenticeship learning system based on lectures, courses, and practical lessons. In alignment with the spirit of the Convention, the program entails a democratic and inclusive decision-making process involving bearers and strong community participation. The strategy of safeguarding the Kobza and the lyre tradition is directly implemented by the bearers and practitioners. The program activities conducted by Kobza sects have strengthened the viability of the tradition and increased its visibility through publications, recordings, and social media. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Puedo pedir, por tanto, al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente, tal como se muestra en pantallas. No veo objeciones. Por tanto, declaro adoptada la decisión 19,7D2. Y ofrezco la palabra a Ucrania.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi de vous exprimer mon sincère respect et ma gratitude pour votre soutien et votre approbation de la décision. Aujourd'hui, pour la première fois, une pratique de l'Ukraine, le programme de préservation de la tradition du kobzarisme et de l'érisme a été incluse dans le registre des meilleures pratiques en matière de protection. C'est une grande responsabilité et une grande fierté pour les locuteurs natifs et l'État ukrainien. Une responsabilité envers les Kobzars qui sont morts en défendant leur parti tout au cours de l'histoire moderne de l'Ukraine. Et en particulier en 2022-2024. Ils ont inspiré et inspirent les combattants d'aujourd'hui pour la liberté et le droit de la vie. Les soutiens dans les moments amers de perte et sont un attribut indispensable de la fête. Le programme de préservation de la tradition des kobzarisme et du lyrisme est un exemple de la résilience de la communauté et un respect de la tradition. Ce programme démontre l'organisation de la protection par ses propres moyens. Il est basé sur des critères clairs de fidélité aux principes éthiques de la communauté et de respect du patrimoine vivant. La transmission des connaissances se fait par le propre système éducatif de la communauté. Cette nomination pour l'Ukraine est un bon exemple d'une approche ascendante lorsque les lecteurs natifs ont initié le projet et que les organisations intéressées et le ministère de la Culture et des Communications stratégiques ont soutenu l'idée et contribué à sa mise en œuvre de toutes les manières possibles. Nous pensons que cette nomination n'est pas simplement une célébration de la tradition, mais aussi un lien éternel avec ceux qui ont protégé notre liberté et notre culture au prix de leur vie.
Madam Chairperson, Kobza and Lyr tradition is not just music. It goes far beyond by carrying history and soul of all Ukrainians. We truly feel its meaning, and we invite you to listen. A gifted musician, a dedicated keeper and bearer of this tradition, acting proud defender of Ukraine. Through the sound of music, he will share the spirit and the strength of Ukrainian nation and living cultural heritage. Please welcome Taras Kampanichenko with his kobza.
I dedicated this old song to the heroic people of Ukraine who defend our culture, our heritage, our identity, and our freedom. Our freedom.
Що на Чорному морі
вся кам'яная. А в тій темниці пробувало 700 козаків, бідних невольників. Вони ж то 33 роки у неволі пробували. Та Божого світа за сонця праведно собі в очі ніколи не побачали. Та до їх же ж то дівка, бранка, Маруся, попівна Богославка прибуває. Та до козаків речі словами промовляє. Ой, ой, козаки, панове, молодці. А вгадайте, який то в нашій землі християнський. Ой, день за тепера. А козаки, як ти зачували, дівку бранку, Марусю, попівну Богославку по річах пізнавали. Та до неї то словами промовляли. Ой, ой, кажу, дівко, бранко, Марусю, попівно Богославко. Хоч ми тебе дівкою, бранкою називаєм, а по чим ми те знаєм. А який то в нашій землі християнській, ой, день за тепера. А дівка бранка ти зачуває, та тако такі речі словами промовляє, гірко плаче, ридає. Ой, ой, козаки, панове, молодці, ви бідні невольники. А в нашій землі християнській нині то Великодня субота, а завтра святий праздник, роковий день, Великдень.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. ¿Podría ahora el órgano de evaluación presentar el siguiente dossier, que es el programa para jóvenes del buque Escuela Omani para la paz y el diálogo cultural sostenible, presentado por Oman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oman has nominated the Oman Youth Sail Training Ship Safinat Shabab Oman Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue. The Oman Youth Sail Training Ship Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue aims to introduce Oman's intangible cultural heritage to the rest of the world. The program safeguards and promotes various forms of living heritage and enables knowledge and skills transmission through live performance and the global dissemination of living heritage elements. It seeks to raise awareness of intangible cultural heritage at national and international levels. Community members participate in the program in various ways, including as presenters of Omani living heritage and exhibitors of crafts and other elements of intangible cultural heritage. The evaluation body wishes to commend the State Party for a well-prepared file featuring a safeguarding model that promotes living heritage at the regional and international levels while fostering peace, tolerance, and mutual respect. For these reasons, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. ¿Puedo pedir al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente tal y como se muestra en las pantallas en su conjunto? No veo objeciones, por tanto declaro adoptada la decisión 19,7D3. Oman tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Excellencies, and honorable delegates, on behalf of Sultanate of Oman delegation, I would like to extend our gratitude to the Republic of Paraguay for the excellent organization and the warm hospitality of the 19th session of ICH. I would like to congratulate all the elements that has been nominated and inscribed in the all list during the past 2 days. And I would like to thank the Secretariat and the evaluation body for their wonderful and concrete work that was consistent and clear. In Sultanate of Oman, we highly appreciate this nomination and inscription of Oman Youth Sail Training Ship, Safinat Shabab Oman, Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue, on the Good Safeguarding Practices list. This achievement is a significant step in highlighting Oman's role in safeguarding its cultural and maritime heritage, reflecting values of understanding, peace, and cultural exchange that Oman has been known through history. As a cultural program, Shabab Oman symbolizes the enduring connection between Oman's maritime legacy and its modern aspirations. It fosters cultural diplomacy, bridges diverse cultures, and inspires younger generation to take their living heritage while engaging with the wider world. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Oman. Hemos concluido de esta manera el examen de las propuestas presentadas para el registro de buenas prácticas de salvaguardia bajo el punto 7D. Estimados miembros del comité, hemos terminado el examen de todos los expedientes individuales de los puntos 7A, 7B, 7C y 7D. Ha sido realmente maravilloso apreciar el vigor de los diversos elementos del patrimonio vivo. Y doy gracias a todos los portadores y las comunidades por celebrarlo, por vivirlo con nosotros. Estamos listos para volver al debate general sobre el informe del órgano de evaluación en el punto 7, pero antes quisiera dar la palabra Antes de dar la palabra al comité, me gustaría dar paso al presidente del órgano de evaluación. Adelante, presidente, tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, committee members, honorable delegates and representatives, thank you for giving me the floor before we proceed to the general debate on item 7. On behalf of the evaluation body for the 2024 cycle, I would like to say a few words to summarize our work for this year. I would first like to express our sincere gratitude to the chairperson of the committee for her excellent chairmanship, and I would also like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to all the state parties that have successfully inscribed new elements and programs this year. We can feel the celebratory mood over the past few days and witnessed the various presentations of inscribed elements. This truly brings meaning to the work of the evaluation body. As the rapporteur has presented earlier during the meeting, this year has been called a year of transition. It is a year where we experience the effects of various changes, such as the transfer of elements from one list to another, revisions to the nomination forms that arose from the outcomes of the global reflections, and changes to the operational directives. These adjustments are not just administrative, they set the foundation for future cycles. However, this period of transition has also required flexibility and patience from everyone involved, including the state parties and their communities concerned. We understand that state parties and communities had to adapt to the new nomination forms and processes. But we are glad to see the high quality of the nomination files in this cycle and the greater use of videos and other materials to elaborate the nomination files. These efforts, especially the additional videos, allow us to see the living nature of the cultural heritage and hear directly from the communities themselves. The evaluation body too had to navigate these changes, adapting to the new forms, questions, and processes, while remaining committed to conventions, guidelines, and operational directives. At the start of the cycle, my colleagues and I had many questions. How do we deal with the significant number of nominations in this cycle? What about the revised questions in R2 and the inclusion of sustainable development in the questions? How should we grapple and evaluate the transfer files? These are just some of the questions that went through our minds as we embarked on the evaluation earlier this year. In order to adapt to these new changes, the use of the dialogue process has been essential. With 27 questions in total this year, this represents the highest number of dialogue questions in one cycle. This mechanism, which was created several years ago and refined over the past cycles, has become a model that could serve to inspire perhaps other UNESCO conventions and their respective listing mechanisms. I believe that the dialogue mechanism is an essential tool, and we should continue to use it extensively in future cycles, as we have done so this year. We are glad that the outcomes for this year has been overwhelmingly positive. The evaluation body has offered our suggestions to the nomination forms and procedures, and these are outlined in our report. We hope that these suggestions will be useful in guiding future nomination files, and that the Secretariat will consider ways to continually improve the nomination forms and procedures. As we celebrate the positive results of this cycle, I must also remind us about the need for continuous capacity building. There continues to be many recurring issues, as highlighted in our report, and providing state parties and communities with the training, technical assistance, and resources will be essential if we are to achieve the Convention's goals. This year, we see the stronger emphasis on the links between living heritage and sustainable development. The files this year demonstrate that intangible cultural heritage is deeply intertwined with the betterment of society through education, healthcare, environmental stewardship, and the promotion of sustainable livelihoods. Intangible cultural heritage contributes to a more resilient and sustainable world. In particular, I would like to highlight that many of the nomination files emphasize the role of intangible cultural heritage in fostering peace. In a world increasingly divided by differences, intangible cultural heritage serves as a reminder of our shared humanity. It brings people together, encourages mutual respect, understanding, and encourages unity in diversity. We have named this year as the Connection Cycle. This underscores the power of intangible cultural heritage to create connections that transcend geographic boundaries, histories, languages, and differences. We have seen how intangible cultural heritage connects us with our natural and urban environments, deepening our relationship with the places that we inhabit. We have witnessed how intangible cultural heritage connects communities, creates bonds between people, and promotes social cohesion. And on a global level, we have seen how intangible cultural heritage connects communities in different countries, even across continents, demonstrating how our cultural heritage can bring us closer together, regardless of where we come from. It reminds us that we are one, all part of one global community. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to each member of the evaluation body for their hard work, insights, and commitment, and also to Fumiko and members of the Secretariat team for their support throughout the year. I'm also grateful to the Intergovernmental Committee for entrusting us with this essential work. As I conclude my final year on the evaluation body and my time as chair of the body, I feel a deep sense of gratitude and fulfillment. One of the most inspiring aspects of our work as an evaluation body has been seeing how intangible heritage truly comes alive through the voices, the creativity, and the expressions of the communities. These elements give us a window into the values, the traditions, and the ways of life of people around the world, and allow us to appreciate truly the beauty of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera dar la palabra ahora para el debate general a los miembros del comité. Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso tiene la palabra.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous remercions l'organe d'évaluation pour son rapport contenant une analyse concise et exhaustive des défis liés au patrimoine culturel immatériel. En valorisant les éléments, l'UNESCO renforce le sentiment d'identité et de fierté au sein des comités et sensibilise un public mondial à leurs valeurs. Cependant, le processus d'évaluation semble demeurer inaccessible. Les critères de sélection pourraient être plus flexibles, simples et clairs, ce qui va permettre d'inclure des pratiques moins connues et considérées parfois comme non conventionnelles dans certaines régions les moins développées. Nous remercions le Secrétariat pour ses efforts qui pourraient également se traduire par des propositions de guides simplifiés et en multilingue pour aider les communautés locales à mieux comprendre les attentes et les critères de sélection tout en tenant compte des réalités des différents contextes culturels. Aussi, la question des inventaires est un préalable à tout projet d'inscription. Pour ce cycle, l'organe d'évaluation a encore souligné la nécessité pour les États de rendre accessibles les informations concernant ces inventaires et recommande avec justesse la révision des critères U5R5. Dans le même ordre, nous remercions l'organe d'évaluation d'avoir soutenu l'importance du mécanisme du dialogue avec les communautés locales et particulièrement en vue des questions environnementales du développement durable de visibilité. Par ailleurs, l'organe d'évaluation souligne à juste titre le risque de perte de la valeur des éléments sous le coup de la commercialisation et de l'industrialisation. Nous pensons que cette préoccupation légitime doit s'inscrire dans les discussions entamées sur les dimensions économiques du patrimoine culturel, dont nous encourageons la poursuite et le renforcement en prenant en compte les réalités et les besoins basiques des communautés locales. Enfin, nous remercions une fois de plus l'organe d'évaluation d'avoir élevé l'importance des inscriptions multinationales et la mention faite comme exemple du Balafon et du Kolintang. Nous devons nous en réjouir. Les inscriptions multinationales promeuvent dans l'unicité la diversité culturelle. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias. Burkina Faso tiene la palabra China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our delegation would like to express our appreciation to the evaluation body for its hard work, dedication, and professionalism throughout the whole evaluation process. We would also like to highlight the observations and recommendations on cross-cutting issues and good examples, which will definitely help state parties to improve the quality of their nomination files. We are glad that the outcomes of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention are taking effect in this nomination cycle. We would like to recall that through both the global reflection on the listing mechanisms and the reflection on the broader implementation of Article 18, the Convention's governing bodies have taken several measures to further improve access to and increase the visibility of the register of good safeguarding practices, such as the simplification of selection criteria, the possibility to include successful safeguarding experiences in the register in the context of a transfer, and etc. However, to ensure these outcomes and measures to be fully effective, there are still some areas that need to be improved. In this cycle, for selection of the register, only 3 out of 66 nomination files were received. Besides, the evaluation body couldn't implement paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives, which was amended in 2022 as one of the results of the global reflection to recommend the committee to include successful safeguarding experiences in the register from the evaluation of the request for transfer, due to the challenges of determining whether these files, which are using form ICH 02 USL to RL, met the necessary criteria. In this regard, we appreciate that if the Secretariat could clarify, in accordance with paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives, how the Secretariat intends to respond to the challenge mentioned by the evaluation body, and whether the form ICH 02 USL to RL will be revised to better meet the requirements of the operational directives. China, particularly our communities concerned, is always willing to share our safeguarding practices. As regard to our 3 elements transferred to the representative list in this nomination cycle, the communities concerned were expecting that their successful safeguarding measures could be included into the register. But however, we will submit the proposals for the register in the next cycle. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. China tiene la palabra Barbados.
Hello. Barbados would like to Barbados would like to take this opportunity to express its sincere gratitude to the evaluation body for the substantial and tireless work undertaken in evaluating the numerous files submitted by the states parties. The depth of commitment and expertise demonstrated by the evaluation body in meeting the rigorous requirements of the Convention is commendable. We believe that the valuable observations provided by the evaluation body are not only constructive, but also critical for strengthening the quality of the files submitted by Barbados and other states parties. These insights are instrumental in helping us to refine and enhance our submissions, ensuring they are better aligned with the committee's objectives and the formal inscription mechanisms. Barbados sees these observations as an opportunity to improve our processes and is eager to incorporate the recommendations to strengthen future proposals, particularly for multinational nominations. Moreover, we firmly believe that these observations should not only serve as a tool for individual states parties, but can also facilitate broader dialogue and collaboration among members, especially in the Caribbean region. By engaging in a constructive exchange of ideas and practices, we can enhance the collective efforts of states parties to ensure that the nomination and inscription process remains transparent, efficient, and in line with the core values of the Convention. Barbados encourages a continued engagement with the evaluation body and fellow states parties to foster an environment of shared learning and improvement. We are confident that such collaboration will help us all achieve our shared goal of safeguarding and promoting the invaluable and tangible cultural heritage that defines our diverse cultures and communities. Barbados extends its deep appreciation to the evaluation body for its valuable contributions to the success of the Convention's work. We look forward to collaboration and mutual support as we move forward to strengthening the safeguarding of living heritage across the region and the globe. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra Alemania.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Germany congratulates and thanks the evaluation body on the enormous amount of work processed and appreciates the professionalism of its work towards all the nomination files. We'd like to ask one question concerning UNESCO's priority towards gender equality in the evaluation process. Many states parties refer to gender topics in their nomination files. Some of them stress that women are equally participating in the transmission of elements or take equally part in practicing ICH. Others, however, describe very specific, rather traditional gender roles or even acknowledge gender imbalances in ICH practices without reference as to how to address this issue further. A significant number of states remains completely silent on this topic. Germany is concerned that an inscription of ICH practices with fixed gender roles might be misunderstood in a way that contributes to their consolidation rather than to gender equality and thus might also involuntarily contribute to a reinforcement of gender imbalance in the future. In this respect, we would like to hear the opinion of the evaluation body on how nomination files which remain silent on gender roles or which acknowledge gender imbalances are being discussed and examined with a view to UNESCO's obligation to promote gender equality across its mandates, aligned with the strategic goals 2022 to 2029 and the 2030 agenda. Furthermore, Germany encourages all states parties to specifically mention in their periodic reporting how they implement gender equality aspects in their safeguarding measures. This would, in our view, help to strengthen reflection on and implementation of the UNESCO priority on gender equality. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Excelencia. Tiene la palabra España.
Gracias, Presidenta. Nuestro país quiere agradecer al órgano de evaluación su trabajo y destacar que este año ha sido especialmente complejo al entrar en vigor un nuevo... me parece que no nos siguen. Para una vez que hablamos bien de ellos. Ahora. Les decía que nuestro país quiere agradecer al órgano de evaluación por su trabajo y destacar que este año ha sido especialmente complejo al entrar en vigor el nuevo formulario y también valorar que ha sido muy compleja la evaluación del criterio R2. Somos muy conscientes de la gran carga de trabajo que ha tenido el órgano de evaluación y la Secretaría con el incremento del número de expedientes. Queremos agradecer a todos los países que han presentado candidaturas por el gran esfuerzo de presentar expedientes de calidad. Se ha percibido un gran avance en este campo a lo largo de los últimos años. Queremos destacar también la importancia que se le ha dado al cambio climático y al desarrollo sostenible en los proyectos de candidaturas. España está enormemente comprometida en esta línea de trabajo, como se puede comprobar con nuestra presencia en la COP desde hace 4 años, donde hemos puesto un especial énfasis en el patrimonio cultural y el cambio climático, en el que el patrimonio cultural inmaterial juega siempre un papel esencial. Quisiéramos destacar también la variedad de elementos y manifestaciones presentadas, demostrando la riqueza del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Y quisiéramos insistir también en la importancia que tiene el proceso de diálogo para un mejor entendimiento de las manifestaciones y de las candidaturas. Quisiéramos resaltar también la importancia creciente de las candidaturas multinacionales, que a nuestro juicio deben ser estimuladas. Y finalmente queremos hacer notar que compartimos y nos sumamos al comentario que ha hecho la delegación alemana sobre la importancia de la igualdad de género y la importancia de ver también cómo evolucionan las prácticas culturales para incrementar esa igualdad que en algunos casos parece casi inexistente. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Ofrezco la palabra a Francia.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La France remercie l'organe d'évaluation pour son travail précieux. Nous appuyons l'intervention de l'Allemagne, comme nous l'avons rappelé hier dans notre intervention ou encore dans notre intervention liminaire lundi. La France attache une grande importance à ce que le patrimoine culturel immatériel contribue réellement à une plus grande égalité de genre, comme le mentionne le paragraphe 181 des directives opérationnelles. Nous nous interrogeons au sujet de la charge de travail de l'organe d'évaluation. La révision des formulaires devait notamment alléger cette charge de travail. Or, il est indiqué dans le rapport de l'organe d'évaluation au paragraphe 22 que le mécanisme d'interconnexion pour la section R5-U5 des formulaires a dans certains cas grévé l'évaluation des candidatures. L'organe d'évaluation recommande ainsi dans son rapport une révision de ces sections du formulaire. Dans quelle mesure cette révision pourrait alléger la charge de travail ? Par ailleurs, il nous semblerait judicieux, dans le cadre de la simplification des rapports périodiques, d'étudier à nouveau l'opportunité d'intégrer un mécanisme de renvoi avec les formulaires ICH 01, ICH 02, en prenant en compte la recommandation de l'organe d'évaluation. Enfin, plusieurs représentants de communautés patrimoniales françaises ont déploré l'abaissement drastique des limites de mots dans les formulaires de candidature révisés. Serait-il possible, sans alourdir bien sûr la charge de travail du secrétariat et de l'organe d'évaluation, de relever ces limites de mots pour les candidatures nationales et transnationales ? Pour être tout à fait complet, nous avons soumis un amendement technique mineur au projet de décision. Nous souhaiterions remplacer le paragraphe 9 qui est actuellement proposé par le paragraphe 9 qui avait été adopté l'an dernier par le comité. En effet, la formulation adoptée l'an dernier nous paraît beaucoup plus compréhensible. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias, Francia. Ofrezco la palabra a Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The UAE expresses its appreciation to the evaluation body for their extensive efforts and dedication, as well as efforts to uphold neutrality and equity in the evaluation process. This practice is vital to maintain the integrity of the evaluation process, and the UAE is encouraged to see that this practice is applied in the current cycle, including for the nomination on henna, rituals, aesthetic, and social practices, which was submitted by the UAE in coordination with the 15 states of the multinational file and Alexo. The UAE reaffirms its commitment to supporting transparent and equitable procedures within the committee and encourages the continuation of such practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra Uganda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would like to join the other committee members to extend our appreciation to the evaluation body for the enormous work done this particular year. Would like furthermore to thank the state parties whose elements were inscribed in the representative list, and would like to highlight 3 aspects that came out in this evaluation. One, Chairperson, that the number of elements this year increased from those of last year to 58 from 45, which was an increase of over 20%, which is excellent. Secondly, to note that the number of state parties submitting multinational nominations equally increased, so do the number of collaborations between different electoral groups. Thirdly, we are happy to note that aspects of the link between ICH and sustainable development and the issue of gender were coming out clearly. Chairperson, I would like to note with concern that African states, especially Group 5A and Group 5B, many of them do not have multinational collaborations, and therefore this is an area that Africa Group needs to work towards addressing, so that would strengthen the implementation of the recommendations of the intergovernmental body. I would like to thank you, Chairperson, and all the team for the excellent work done, and we look forward next year to some multinational nominations from Africa states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Uganda. Ofrezco la palabra a Eslovaquia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We sincerely thank the evaluation body and the Secretariat for their outstanding work during this cycle, and congratulate the state parties for the inscriptions and selections. We appreciate the thoroughness of the report, including the reflection of the evaluation process based on the newly simplified forms. While the simplified forms have eased the submission process for the state parties, it appears that the evaluation process has become more complex for the evaluation body. The introduction of a new section linking the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage to sustainable development has added another layer to the evaluation. At the same time, we consider this topic of high importance. Just to name one example, and echoing the intervention of Spain, Germany, and France, the 2003 Convention may act as a catalyst for promoting gender equality. We are pleased to note the growing number of multinational files, which reflects an increasing willingness among submitting states to collaborate and consult with each other. These efforts result in nominations that genuinely represent the shared character of a cultural heritage. Such enhanced cooperation also ensures the submission of files that inclusively reflect the historical, geographical, and cultural context of the individual elements. We also commend the effort to align information on inventorying with periodic reports. Moving forward, we suggest that future periodic reporting, regardless of its eventual format, places a strong emphasis on community participation in the inventorying process. If we succeed in providing comprehensive information on inventorying in periodic reports, the evaluation body may use the dialogue process to address other critical issues requiring more qualification. In this context, we would like to pose 2 questions to the EB. Could you elaborate more on the EB's workload and experiences, particularly concerning the Criterion Art 2, with the regard of the relationship of the section 2 of the nomination form, mentioning sustainable development, and the criterion itself, where it's not, and also the Criterion R5 and U5. And the second question, last year we witnessed an unprecedented situation where all files and proposals received a recommendation for inscription or selection. This cycle reflects a similar trend. Could the evaluation body share their perspective on this development, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Eslovaquia. Paraguay tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Queremos expresar nuestro agradecimiento al órgano de evaluación por el informe presentado y por el esfuerzo dedicado a este ciclo, en especial considerando el aumento significativo del número de expedientes y la aplicación de nuevos criterios derivados de la reflexión global sobre los mecanismos de inscripción. Como Paraguay nos encontramos en un momento especial por la inscripción de un elemento como la guarania en la lista representativa del patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad, lo que refleja nuestro compromiso continuo con la salvaguarda y promoción de nuestro patrimonio cultural. Instamos a los Estados parte a considerar el potencial de la asistencia internacional como una herramienta invaluable para fortalecer las capacidades de salvaguardia, especialmente en contextos desafiantes. Este tipo de apoyo no solo garantiza la viabilidad de los elementos, sino también fomenta la colaboración y el intercambio de experiencias entre comunidades y naciones. Apreciamos las recomendaciones del órgano evaluador sobre la participación activa de las comunidades, el uso de materiales audiovisuales para reflejar sus perspectivas y la necesidad de mitigar riesgos como la comercialización excesiva, entre otros. Quisiéramos destacar particularmente el valioso esfuerzo del órgano de evaluación en el indexado temático de los expedientes, una herramienta que permite identificar conexiones entre los elementos del ciclo y fomenta la reflexión sobre la dimensión inclusiva y solidaria del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Finalmente, deseamos expresar nuestro más sincero agradecimiento a quienes integraron este órgano por su contribución a la salvaguarda del patrimonio cultural inmaterial y les deseamos el mayor de los éxitos en sus futuras responsabilidades. Ahuille.
Ahuille, Paraguay. Vietnam tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also would like to highly appreciate the quality and the professionalism of the work of the evaluation body and wish to thank each and every member of this body for their hard work and for their efforts to implement the results of the global reflection of the listing mechanism, and also for their efforts in coping with a number of challenges, such as big number of nominations of this cycle, the change of the forms, and different questions that the chairperson of the evaluation body mentioned in his speech earlier. We commend the positive result of this cycle, which contributes to the promotion and the implementation of the convention. We also appreciate the assistance by the Secretariat to facilitate the work of the evaluation body. We support efforts aimed at an enhanced transparency and efficiency of the examination process. During the examination of the nominations, we think that the dialogue mechanisms should be used when necessary. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Vietnam. Quisiera ofrecer la palabra ahora al órgano de evaluación para responder.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And first of all, I would like to thank all the committee members for the expressions of appreciation. I would like to first respond to the question from the distinguished delegate of Germany regarding gender equality. In general, the evaluation body uses all the information in the file, the nomination form, the supporting documents, photos, videos, to help us identify information relating to gender equality. At the same time, we recognize that some cultural elements have gendered roles, and this may have a reason because of its evolution in history, spiritual beliefs, among other factors. And it can be complex to evaluate. And I think this is where we rely on the collective experience, knowledge of all 12 members that we discuss. Are there potential issues concerning gender? And for this reason, the evaluation body also is important that we have gender representation in order to allow us to evaluate such issues and aspects. The other area that we use is, again, goes back to the dialogue process. In this cycle, we have asked several questions, particularly for R2, where we ask for clarifications and information with regards to gender equality issues. And I think the dialogue process has been quite useful in helping us clarify some of these aspects. Having said that, I think there has been some effects of the simplification of the forms. While it has allowed us to be more efficient in drafting and submitting and even in the evaluation, there can be some challenges and trade-offs, I must say. So for example, we've noticed that the use of more broader terms, more generic statements, which may not adequately describe the gender roles that exist in elements. And in fact, this has been, even before this cycle, a recurring issue, and we have highlighted this in the document in our report several times about the need to pay attention, the need for additional elaborations and information. We understand that word count could be a limitation, but these gender roles can also be explained through the videos, through supporting documents, through letters from communities. And I think collectively the information will be quite useful in helping the evaluation body to evaluate gender equality aspects in future files. I turn next to the questions from the delegates from Slovakia. Two questions. In fact, two questions, but with several parts to it. Let me talk about the R2 criteria first. It has been quite complex, and I would say the majority of the dialogue questions were targeting at R2 precisely because of this. But we took into account that the form is new. The state parties are also trying to figure out how do we answer these aspects. And I would say in general, many states do very well in answering that, or through the dialogue process, they're able to do so and fulfill it. But we do see this as a very positive aspect. As I mentioned, the links between sustainable development makes it very real. We can understand the role of ICH elements in contributing to, for example, sustainable livelihoods, how it leads to betterment of the livelihoods of individuals, communities, how it integrates with education. And I believe this is the right way forward. If I may be candid, I think in the past, the questions were more about visibility and awareness, which sometimes lead to more generic statements. I'm trying to project what is future. So this is more real, we feel, and it's a good development. On R5, we started using more of the periodic report. I must also say that has added to a lot more work for the evaluation body because we have to read through the periodic reports to find the information. In the past, there was a box with all the words there. We could read that and we decide. So it's led to more work, I would say. But it does also, it has, on the other hand, led to less problems and with the R5 criteria. Most states are able to satisfy that, and there were only a few instances where we just have to use the dialogue process more for factual clarifications like the frequency and just to clarify perhaps a different terminology used. But on the whole, I would say the use of periodic report has been very positive. But we did suggest in our report perhaps there can be some kind of short summary to help the evaluation body in lessening the workload so that we can find the information more readily for the inventorying process. On the workload with R2, I must also say that because of dialogue, it has contributed to the increased workload. But we have also noticed that videos are very high quality, but some are very long. And we would appreciate if there could be some kind of guidelines on what's the duration of the videos that can be submitted for the R2 criteria to encourage states to perhaps be more concise in providing and presenting the information with regards to R2. On the other question from the state party of Slovakia is the trend of very positive outcomes since the Botswana 18COM meeting, and it carries on to today. I would see this as a very positive trend that it's a combination of different factors. I was the rapporteur in the Rabat meeting, and we recall there was a decision made to encourage the greater extent and wider use of the dialogue process, which I believe we have done so since that meeting. And I think that has contributed also to the more positive outcomes of the cycle. The other part is, as I mentioned previously in my presentation, is the greater use of videos and supporting documents. And I think that has been very crucial because in the past, we always struggle to ask what is the role of communities, for example, what was the communities involved. But with videos, with audio clips, with letters from the community, these are much clearer than before, I would say. And that has led to a better, higher quality outcome of the files. And I hope that addresses the questions posed to the evaluation body. I'm happy to take more questions if there are any. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tengo fresca en la memoria las discusiones de Rabat y creo que hemos dado grandes saltos, digamos, en el sentido de tener un órgano evaluador de una instancia técnica que garantiza, por un lado, la calidad de la elaboración de los dossiers y, por otro lado, la representatividad de los elementos. Porque es muy difícil a veces que los documentos fríos reflejen toda la intensidad de los elementos y la belleza de los elementos. Pero con los videos y los testimonios de los portadores, que lo vemos cada vez que aprobamos un elemento, eso se vuelve muy patente. Muchas gracias. Quisiera, antes de dar la palabra a India, Fumiko, ¿podría responder la pregunta de China, por favor?
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to the committee members for the comments and observations. We also took very careful notes because coming out of the global reflection, which was a major sort of overhaul effort for the listing mechanism under the convention, obviously there are so many things to look out for. In general, we feel that maybe it is a touch too early to draw a full conclusion of the usefulness of the reflection, but nevertheless, we can see some points that we can already adjust to, and an example is indeed, as Franz mentioned, the technical points such as word limit. We are intending to increase that for the next version. And at the same time, also the R2 video, it did not go out with a time limitation as the chair of the evaluation body just mentioned. So we are intending to put, for example, 5 minutes maximum, something like that, to contain the volume of the information that will be submitted. More specifically to the questions raised by the distinguished delegation of China, the question pertained to the transfer from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. So normally this is a happy story that after so many years of safeguarding efforts, the viability of elements are reported to have been improved. Therefore, this element can come out of the USL. So this is one of the several reforms that were created as a result of the reflection. And we have tried very hard to think how best to deal with this new procedure created. One thing we did was to give a tick box to the requesting states to make sure that they would actually like to be considered for the transfer. And we refer to the paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives that gives the mandate to the evaluation body to indeed assess on the basis of the assessment of the transfer requests. The evaluation body may recommend the inclusion of the experiences in the register. Now, so that on one hand, the directive texts are talking about the task of the evaluation body to make this recommendation. The form did not include the register-related criteria. And I think that is where the evaluation body felt the need to hear a little bit still from the requesting states how in the eventuality that good safeguarding experiences are included in the register, how could that play out according to the new G series criterion. So concretely, the Secretariat has 2 points that we are considering for the next version of the form. One is to try to invite the states to pronounce sort of their idea of the correspondences of the good safeguarding experiences against the registered criteria. That's point 1. And point 2 is to create a kind of opportunity for the requesting state to comment on the eventual recommendation that the evaluation body would make, so that there will be a connection between the requesting states and then the recommendation that the evaluation body will make. That is more in terms of the process of the nomination rather than the form itself, but it is a kind of 2 sides of the same coin. I hope I responded to the questions raised by China. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko. Ofrezco la palabra a India. Adelante, Excelencia.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor to India. At the outset, India commends the evaluations body for its meticulous work in evaluating the files during this transitional cycle, which reflects the impact of amendments to the operational directives and the global reflection on the listing mechanism. India welcomes the enhanced emphasis on sustainable development in nomination files, recognizing the transformative role of intangible cultural heritage in fostering environmental, economic, and social resilience. The inclusion of audiovisual materials showcasing the voice of communities is another positive step toward greater inclusivity and transparency. We note the increasing interest in multinational nominations, which demonstrate the interconnected nature of culture heritage across borders. These nominations reflect the spirit of shared humanity and cultural solidarity. And we encourage further capacity building to assist states parties in developing such collaborative efforts. India also acknowledges the evaluation body's observations on challenges like over commercializing, standardization, and rural-urban migration. These critical insights guide the safeguard of living heritage without compromising its authenticity or community ownership. Finally, we support the recommendation to expand capacity building efforts, particularly on the updated nomination forms, and urge continued engagement through the dialogue process to ensure equitable representation of underrepresented region and communities. India reaffirms its commitment to working collaboratively to uphold the principle of the 2003 Convention and safeguard the rich tapestry of our shared living heritage. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, India. ¿Algún Estado observador desea tomar la palabra antes de pasar al proyecto de decisión? Ofrezco la palabra a Austria. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving Austria the floor again. We wish to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for the evaluation body for its diligence in reviewing the numerous applications and dossiers for this list this year. Thank you for your great work and congratulations to all the new elements inscribed. The dialogue process has truly been a success story since its introduction. We value the newly initiated opportunity to access the questions and answer from the dialogue process. We also saw that this dialogue with the relevant information stays accessible on the website, yet we believe that it is crucial to ensure that essential information for assessing the criteria should continue to be explicitly mentioned in the dossier. On another note, on the Convention's website, there is a list of exemplary applications. However, the list currently ends with submissions from 2018. We think it would be beneficial to include more recent applications, particularly those using the new application forms. This could assist state parties that have yet to submit an element or facilitate exchange and learning for all stakeholders. To conclude, thanks again to the evaluation body for the comprehensive report, including in particular the analysis of our two issues, the cross-cutting topics, and the recurring issues in this year's cycle.
Muchas gracias, Austria, y en honor al tiempo daría la palabra al Reino Unido y estaríamos cerrando la lista de oradores para pasar al proyecto de decisión. Tiene la palabra el Reino Unido.
Thank you, Chair. The UK would like to congratulate everyone involved with the inscriptions, particularly China's efforts to bring items off the urgent safeguarding register, and to Slovakia, Ukraine and Oman for the inclusion of their elements on the register of good safeguarding practices. The UK supports the comments made by Germany about gender equality and the importance of discussion in this area. We would like to thank the members of the evaluation body for their thorough and extensive work and the comprehensive report, in particular the detail provided about the dialogue process and the broad use of this as part of their evaluation. The UK appreciates the efforts of the evaluation body for their engagement in this dialogue mechanism and notes the positive impact that this dialogue has had in building consensus with state parties. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Voy a conceder a Egipto la palabra por último.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have reached the end of the inscription of the nominated files, Egypt wishes to congratulate all the state parties that successfully inscribed elements on the Convention's list. Thanks to the practitioners of the ICH elements who managed to keep the ICH alive despite the challenges it faces. We commend the states for highlighting the crucial role of intangible cultural heritage in setting peace and mutual respect. That's really the spirit of the Convention and the message we deliver to our people. We all witnessed this in the increasing number of multinational files. After 20 years of the Convention, the improvement of the quality of the nominations files and raising awareness of intangible cultural heritage was expected. In addition, simplifying the forms and using the dialogue process led to the positive result we have reached today. Indeed, it is a cycle of connection and a message of solidarity and at a time when voices of conflict grew louder. Thank you, Ms.
Muchísimas gracias. Quisiera pasar entonces, quisiera que nos remitamos al documento 7 y a su proyecto de decisión. ¿Podemos verlo en pantalla? Puedo pedir al comité que adoptemos el proyecto de decisión. Podemos proceder párrafo por párrafo. El párrafo 1, que recuerda las directrices operativas. ¿Hay alguna objeción? No veo ninguna. Se adopta. Vamos por el párrafo 2, que cita los documentos examinados. No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. El párrafo 3, que agradece al órgano de evaluación su trabajo y aprecia el apoyo de la Secretaría. ¿Hay alguna objeción? No veo ninguna. Se adopta. El párrafo 4, en el que se felicita a los numerosos estados que han presentado candidaturas y podrían servir de ejemplo. No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. El párrafo 5. Tenemos aquí un descargo de responsabilidad estándar que recuerda que el contenido de estos documentos son de responsabilidad del Estado, de cada Estado parte. ¿Podemos aprobarlo? No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. El párrafo 5. Acá hay uno. Pasamos al párrafo 6, en el que se recuerdan los resultados de la reflexión global. Se señala que este es el primer ciclo en el que sus resultados han surtido pleno efecto y se reconoce la necesidad de monitorear la carga de trabajo del órgano de evaluación. No tenemos objeciones a este párrafo. Se adopta. Vamos al párrafo 7. En el que se aprecian los esfuerzos de todos los estados parte en este ciclo y en el fortalecimiento de los vínculos entre el patrimonio vivo y el desarrollo sostenible. ¿Podemos adoptarlo? No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. El párrafo 8, que aprecia cómo las modificaciones de las directrices operativas nos han permitido hacer oír la voz de las comunidades. No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. China tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have updated the amendment submitted. We would like to add a new paragraph 9 under the outcomes of the global reflection. Thank you.
¿Puedes poner, China, de qué se trata el párrafo que propone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The original amendment we submitted is a new paragraph 11, I think, and we just change it to the new paragraph 9. Maybe you can scroll down the screen and to see the texts. Yes, it's right here. We would like to make it a new paragraph 9. Thank you.
Propone que este párrafo pase a ser el párrafo 9.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
¿Los miembros del comité están de acuerdo con que procedamos de este modo? Eslovaquia tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we agree. We would like to just support the amendment. We would like to thank China for the proposal and congratulate them on successfully transferring 3 files from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. And as highlighted in the report on item 6A, over half of the reports of the elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list reviewed in this cycle pertain to elements inscribed in 2011, meaning they have been on the list for more than 13 years. And successful safeguarding practices of states parties which help this transfer the elements from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list should therefore be highlighted. And we consider it important to find these mechanisms, including the revision of the form, as suggested by China, which would enable the inscription of the safeguarding experience and practice in the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Gracias, Eslovaquia. Por tanto, ¿tenemos otro? India, adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like you to add India's name also to the Chinese proposal. We would also like to support this new para 9. Thank you.
Gracias, Excelencia. Se incluye a India. Etiopía también quiere sumarse. Angola también. República Dominicana. Anote. Sí. Barbados. Haití. Nigeria.
Y Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Tenemos un nuevo párrafo 9. Uno más. Burkina Faso.
Y Zambia.
Y Zambia.
Mauritania y Uzbekistán. Mauritania
Seguimos. Mauritania
y Uzbekistán.
y Uzbekistán.
De mayoría, así que lo voy a hacer.
Tenemos
Mali.
una mayoría. Mauritania. Ya.
Mali.
Mali pide agregar. Y no, Mali apoya, pero es un estado observador, así que ¿Uganda ya está?
No.
Uganda, agregar, por favor. ¿Estamos? Argelia. Bueno, veo que tiene el párrafo un apoyo mayoritario, por lo tanto, lo adoptamos. Muy bien.
Tengo entendido que Ghana también lo apoyó. Pregunto si Ghana lo apoyó también.
¿Ghana apoyó? ¿También? No.
Porque en esta parte.
Tenemos un nuevo párrafo 10. Donde se aprecia los esfuerzos del órgano de evaluación. Sí, es este párrafo en el que Francia nos ha explicado que tomábamos el texto original del año pasado. No veo objeciones, lo adoptamos. Vamos al párrafo 11. Si no hay objeciones, no veo objeciones en la sala. India tiene el cartel levantado. No. Gracias, Excelencia. ¿Etiopía quiere hacer una intervención?
Sorry, Madam Chairperson, I'm just wondering where we can add the encouragement of multinational files not only those with no inscription, but also, can we add it in this paragraph? I'm just food for thought. Because it's what the convention requests as well.
Sí. Invitamos, ¿no? Etiopía no se opondría a que lo incluyamos en un párrafo posteriormente, más adelante, en otra decisión. ¿Está de acuerdo?
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
Gracias, Etiopía. Entonces, adoptamos el párrafo 11, así como aparece en pantallas. Muchas gracias. Lo adoptamos. Vamos al párrafo 12. Como lo vemos en pantalla, no hay objeciones. Lo adoptamos tal cual se adopta. Entonces tenemos un nuevo párrafo 13. Recordando a los estados la importancia de asegurar la participación de la mayor cantidad posible de comunidades y de grupos de individuos. Si no hay ninguna objeción en la sala, propongo que lo adoptemos. Se adopta. Seguidamente, propongo pasar a adoptar la decisión en su conjunto. El proyecto de decisión 19,7. Si no hay ninguna objeción en la sala, se adopta. Como mencionaron la directora general de la UNESCO y el subdirector de Cultura al principio de la sesión, nuestra familia del patrimonio vivo pronto dará la bienvenida a un nuevo miembro, la República de Sudáfrica, que está en proceso de depositar su instrumento de ratificación. Antes de pasar al siguiente punto, quisiera ceder la palabra a Sudáfrica.
That we have provided. My country, South Africa, has participated in the Intergovernmental Committee meeting as an observer state since the adoption of the convention in 2003. It is with profound gratitude and immense pride that I stand before you today at this August gathering of nations to confirm that South Africa has concluded all its domestic processes for ratifying the convention. As we speak, our instrument of ratification has been finalized and it is on its way to the UNESCO headquarters via diplomatic channels so that South Africa can fully be recognized as a state party to the 2003 convention. This moment here, Madam Chair and members of the committee, is a testament of South Africa's unwavering commitment to preserving, celebrating, and passing on its rich tapestry of intangible cultural heritage to future generations. Our ratification of this significant convention reflects South Africa's dedication to embracing the global call to safeguard humanity's share cultural wealth while honoring our unique and diverse cultural expressions. South Africa's ratification of the 2003 UNESCO Convention is not only just a formal acknowledgement of our commitment, but a celebration of the steps that we have taken to protect, preserve, and promote intangible cultural heritage. As we move forward, we pledge to remain firm in our effort to nurture cultural diversity, inspire global solidarity, honor the timeless traditions that unite our people, humanity, and that bring us all together. As a new member state to the convention, we wish to work closely with all the state parties in terms of capacity building initiative and submit multinational files, especially with the countries in the Africa region. We call upon the simplification procedure in preparing the nomination dossiers on listing on the ICH list. We also call for more support towards capacity building initiatives, especially for those countries which are underrepresented on the ICH list. We encourage all those countries, Madam Chair, which have not yet ratified the convention to do so as a matter of agency to ensure universal coverage. Lastly, South Africa would like to congratulate the 44 African nations which have submitted their national reports under the current reporting cycle. We wish to also congratulate all the countries that have listed or inscribed all their ICH during this 19th session here in Paraguay. Let me, Madam Chair, reiterate that South Africa looks forward to playing a constructive role as a state party to the convention and work closely with all member states as well as the Secretariat towards preserving intangible cultural heritage. I thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Chairperson.
Un aplauso para Sudáfrica. Antes de pasar al punto 8, Paraguay quiere hacer un anuncio breve. Tiene la palabra Natalia.
Muchas gracias.
Preparamos para el punto 8.
Just a minute. Quiero avisarles a todos que esta tarde tenemos una actividad en el Archivo Nacional de Asunción a la salida de los Sites Events. Les estamos esperando para contarles un poco más sobre la yerba mate y la cultura del tereré. Vamos a hacer una ronda de tereré donde vamos a contar un poco más sobre la experiencia que vive cada paraguayo con esta costumbre nuestra. Por otro lado, también quiero contarles que mañana va a haber un tour a la ciudad de Luque y ayer estuvimos repartiendo unos papelitos donde están los QR para poder inscribirse a esa actividad porque es limitada. Por otro lado, sí también hay una actividad mañana por la noche a las 20 y 30 horas en el Centro Cultural Juan de Salazar, donde hay una representación con música, danza contemporánea, con identidad y transformación sobre jóvenes talentos locales que reinterpretan el paisaje estético y musical de Sudamérica con una puesta en valor que conecta lo urbano, lo selvático y lo electrónico. Es una apuesta muy, muy interesante, en la cual están todos invitados a participar. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Paraguay. Pasamos entonces ahora al punto 8, seguimiento de los elementos inscriptos en las listas de la Convención. Quisiera pedir a la señora secretaria que nos presente este punto. Adelante, Fumiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are now in item 8, and allow me to begin by recalling that this item is included on the agenda of this session because of the request made by the committee at the last year's session in 2023, so that we will make a report in the form of a summary about the information received from third parties concerning elements inscribed on the list of the convention as well as those under consideration for possible inscription. And this follows the practice that started in 2018. So the working document for this item provides an overview of correspondences received between January and October this year. And if you look at the table, this is really in a brief summary form. And the correspondences were treated using the guidelines for the treatment of correspondences from the public or other concerned parties with regard to nominations established by the committee in 2012 by Decision 7/15. During the reporting period, 11 cases concerning inscribed elements were the subject of correspondence. The correspondence addressed various issues that may affect the viability of the element, such as those concerning health or environmental safety implications resulting from certain aspects of the elements, or they may be about community participation in the safeguarding of the element, or the ownership of the element concerning was also reported, the cooperation with local authorities and the distribution of the economic benefits, or the lack of support to communities, and so on and so forth. You can see all of these issues in a table included in paragraph 3 of document 8. In the majority of cases, states parties provided a response to the initial senders. Amongst cases treated, 5 states parties provided a response on 6 cases during the reporting period. These are from Cameroon, Colombia, Malta, Mexico, and Peru, and their responses were transmitted by the Secretariat to the initial sender. In addition, after the publication of document 8 on the 4th of November, the Secretariat received letters from France, Cameroon, and Spain concerning cases reported to the present session of the committee. This concerns the Carnival of Granville from France, the Nguon rituals of governance and associated expressions in the Bamung community in Cameroon, and the multi-nation inscription, Transhumans, the seasonal droving of livestock. These responses were once again transmitted to the initial sender as per the guidelines. The committee may wish to request the Secretariat, by taking the decision in this session, to continue this practice of bringing to its attention information received from third parties concerning the status of inscribed elements, which has proven to be a useful exercise for enhancing the follow-up of inscribed elements so far. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Gracias, Fumiko. Abro el micrófono por si alguien quiera intervenir en este punto. No veo. Pasemos entonces a la decisión. Podemos ver en pantalla. Por favor, revisen el documento 8, proyecto de decisión. ¿Puedo pedir al comité que adoptemos, tal como se muestra en las pantallas, este proyecto en su conjunto? No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. Pasamos ahora al punto 9, informe sobre la asistencia internacional del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. La asistencia internacional es uno de los mecanismos fundamentales de cooperación establecidos por la Convención 2003, respaldado por el Fondo de Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial. Ahora vamos a conocer las experiencias de salvaguardia de los estados que se benefician con esta asistencia. Señora Secretaria, tiene la palabra para presentarnos este punto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the international assistance mechanism became operational in 2008, and since then, 79 states parties were granted financial assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund for a total of 13 million US dollars in support of 154 projects. This item is on the agenda for this session because the state party must report to the committee of the use made of the assistance received from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. This is in line with Article 24.3 of the Convention. Please refer to document 9, which covers the reports submitted by states parties between July last year and 30 June this year. I would like to just highlight that the international assistance mechanism is one of a really well-run part of the Convention, and as reported to the 10th session of the General Assembly in June this year, the financial execution for the international assistance-related portfolio of the fund of the Convention has been maintained at a very high level for at least for the past 2 cycles. And with an increasing number of projects implemented in so many countries, the international assistance mechanism has collected a great variety of safeguarding experiences seen by communities around the world. And as such, the mechanism has become, I would like to say, a source of inspiration for those looking for useful safeguarding approaches. And there is, we believe, a great potential for this international assistance mechanism, for example, to be in support of the online platform for sharing good safeguarding experiences that we will be reporting to you in the item after this. So within the Secretariat, the international assistance mechanism is managed by a dedicated team. And with your permission, Madam Chair, a member of this team, Leila Maziz, is ready to provide more details about what is being reported to the committee. Thank you very much. Leila, please go ahead.
Merci Fumiko, merci Madame la Présidente. Nous allons passer en revue quelques faits et chiffres relatifs à la période couverte dans ce rapport. Au cours de cette période, 55 projets d'assistance internationale ont été mis en œuvre pour un montant de 6,1 millions de dollars des États-Unis. Ces projets ont bénéficié à 55 États parties. Parmi ces États bénéficiaires, on contient 10 petits États insulaires en développement, soit 20%, représentant un montant total de 1,2 million de dollars des États-Unis, ainsi que 19 pays africains, soit 45%, représentant un montant total de 2,7 millions de dollars des États-Unis. Au cours de la période considérée, le comité et son bureau ont également approuvé 14 projets pour un montant total de 1,4 million de dollars. 7 États parties ont ainsi pu bénéficier d'une assistance pour la première fois. Il s'agit de l'Angola, du Bangladesh, du Cameroun, de la Hongrie, du Kazakhstan, de la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée, ainsi que du Paraguay. Pour aller de l'avant, le secrétariat souhaiterait également informer le comité de quelques nouvelles concernant la manière dont le mécanisme d'assistance internationale est géré. Ainsi, s'agissant de l'assistance préparatoire, la 10e session de l'Assemblée générale a amendé les directives opérationnelles afin de faciliter l'accès à cette assistance préparatoire. Cela a ouvert la possibilité aux États n'ayant aucun élément inscrit sur la liste représentative de pouvoir soumettre une demande d'assistance préparatoire pour préparer leur première candidature pour la liste représentative, qu'ils aient ou non un élément multinational déjà inscrit. Le document 9 présente la liste de ces 52 États qui pourraient bénéficier de l'assistance préparatoire. Ce tableau a été légèrement ajusté suite à l'examen du point 7, puisque 3 États ont dorénavant un élément inscrit sur la liste représentative. En outre, le Bureau a pris la décision sur la gestion administrative de l'assistance. L'approbation des demandes d'assistance internationale pour un montant allant jusqu'à 100 000 $ des États-Unis et les demandes d'urgence relèvent des prérogatives du bureau, du comité. En octobre 2024, le bureau de la 19e session du comité a pris la décision de faciliter la gestion administrative et la mise en œuvre des projets d'assistance internationale. Par conséquent, le président du bureau peut ainsi approuver les demandes de réallocation budgétaire de plus de 5% et ce jusqu'à hauteur de 10% du montant total accordé, seulement si cette assistance a été accordée par le bureau. Enfin, en ce qui concerne le suivi des projets, le secrétariat continue de mettre en œuvre la stratégie de suivi et d'évaluation des projets terminés. Depuis la dernière session, 2 missions d'évaluation qui comprennent des missions terrain ont été menées en République démocratique populaire Lao et à Tonga. En outre, 4 autres projets ont été sélectionnés et leurs évaluations seront conduites en 2025. Ma présentation était terminée, je rends la parole à Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Leila. Dear members of the committee, so at this session, 35 reports are presented in Annex 1 of Document 9, and this includes 7 completed projects undertaken in Belarus, Burundi, Colombia, Egypt, Mauritania, Mongolia, and Uruguay. The majority of these countries are ready to intervene or submitted already a clip to share the main safeguarding experiences gained through the international assistance projects. In addition, Annex 2 of the document 9 includes a list of 20 projects for which reports are forthcoming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko. Gracias, Leila, por compartir toda la información útil sobre el mecanismo de asistencia internacional. Estimados colegas, procedamos ahora a escuchar a los estados beneficiarios sobre sus experiencias de salvaguardia. El primer proyecto finalizado tuvo lugar en Bielorrusia bajo el título Yarauski Karahot, Ritual de Primavera. Hemos recibido un mensaje en video. Por favor, si podemos proceder a reproducirlo en pantalla. Gracias.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Filippo, and on behalf of the Belarusian State University of Culture and Arts, I am glad to present you with the main results from the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the spring rite of Yarauski Karahot. The project was implemented by the Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage at my university with the financial assistance from Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Yarauski Karahot is one of the most ancient authentic rites in Europe, which is preserved in its almost original form in the southern Belarusian.
Tenemos problemas con el sonido. Vamos a pasarlo de nuevo para ver si mejora el sonido.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Filippo, and on behalf of the Belarusian State University of Culture and Arts, I am glad to present you with the main results from the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the spring rite of Yarauski Karahot. The project was implemented by the Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage at my university with the financial assistance from Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Yarauski Karahot is one of the most ancient authentic rites in Europe, which is preserved in its almost original form in the southern Belarusian village of Pagost in the Turov region. The ritual is devoted to St. George, the protector of livestock and agriculture, who blesses people and animals in the spring. The project activities were aimed at creating a base for the sustainable development of local communities in the region, supporting the viability of this ICH element and expanding its practical implementation by increasing the motivation and involvement of both the bearers and neighboring villages, which used to keep this rite. Participation in the project was a good opportunity for other stakeholders to expand their partnership, as well as to improve their skills and competences. Cooperation between them and local residents has created real prospects for the development. The university implemented a set of measures to study the territory where the rite was historically widespread, develop a strategy for its revival and functioning, and ensure the increased visibility of the element. Besides that, we equipped the local traditional center with modern devices, organized students' folklore school, and a festival for intangible cultural heritage. The project was implemented in cooperation with national local experts and members of the local community. These measures contributed to the consolidation of the community around their living heritage and the development of respect for it among young people and throughout the country. The project goals were achieved in a high degree and all planned activities were implemented, including making an inventory of ICH in the Turov region, preparation and publication of an anthology of the ICH of the Turov region, development and promotion of the strategy for the preservation and revival of the Yugoslav Krakow, organization of the ICH festival in Bagpipe in May of 2024, distribution of information about the ICH in media and social networks, organization of a student summer folklore school in Bagpipe, establishing a center of traditions at the local houses of culture, and making traditional costumes for the rite. At the end of this short presentation, I would like to thank all international community for assistance and support, as well as you for your kind attention. Hope to see you in hospitable Belarus.
Muchas gracias. El siguiente proyecto finalizado se implementó en Colombia bajo el título... ¿Ucrania desea intervenir?
Que incluye humedales boscosos y llanura de inundación del río Pripyat cerca de la frontera estatal de Ucrania. Dada la agresión armada de Rusia que comenzó, entre otros, desde el territorio de Bielorrusia el 24 de febrero de 2022, incluida la región de Gomel, es imposible la cooperación y la interacción entre las comunidades vecinas y los poseedores de elementos situados en Bielorrusia y en Ucrania para protegerlo en conformidad con la Convención de 2003. Esta situación, por favor, debe tenerse en cuenta al examinar el informe de Bielorrusia y el informe del comité. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Ucrania. El siguiente proyecto finalizado se implementó en Colombia bajo el título Entre el Amazonas y los Andes. Salvaguardia y transmisión de los conocimientos y técnicas tradicionales asociados con el barniz de pasto mopa-mopa de Putumayo y Nariño, departamentos de Colombia. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Colombia. Adelante.
Señora Presidenta, muchas gracias. Colombia expresa su más sincero agradecimiento al Secretariado y a este comité por el apoyo brindado por parte del Fondo para la Salvaguardia del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial para la implementación del proyecto titulado Entre el Amazonas y los Andes, salvaguardia y transmisión del conocimiento y las técnicas tradicionales asociadas al barniz de pasto mopa-mopa de los departamentos de Putumayo y Nariño, Colombia. Este proyecto, iniciado en agosto de 2022, enfrenta un panorama complejo debido al bajo número de portadores de la manifestación y la interrupción de los procesos de transmisión de conocimientos. En este contexto, su objetivo principal fue fortalecer las capacidades y condiciones necesarias para salvaguardar esta manifestación cultural inscrita en 2020 en la lista del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial que requiere medidas urgentes de salvaguardia. El proceso comenzó con la capacitación de 55 portadores en herramientas para diseñar programas educativos en espacios tradicionales, abarcando saberes como la recolección del mopa-mopa, la ebanistería, la talla, el torno y el barnizado decorativo. Como resultado, se implementó un programa piloto en el que cada portador trabajó directamente con un aprendiz, transmitiendo conocimientos y técnicas de manera personalizada. Un aspecto clave del proyecto fue la confianza generada entre maestros, recolectores y aprendices, que permitió compartir experiencias y fortalecer un ambiente colaborativo. Las decisiones se tomaron de forma conjunta con los portadores, quienes participaron activamente en todas las etapas: convocatoria, procesos de enseñanza y aprendizaje, reuniones, exposiciones y evaluaciones. El equipo del Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes y los Saberes de Colombia, junto con la ONG Fundación Mundo Espiral, brindó un acompañamiento constante. Aseguró que tanto maestros como aprendices se sintieran apoyados. Este seguimiento cercano permitió resolver inquietudes y superar dificultades de manera ágil y garantizó el éxito del proyecto. Entre los productos destacados del proyecto se encuentran un video documental y un libro sobre la vida y obra de los portadores de la manifestación, desarrollados en un proceso de co-investigación respetuoso de la autoría y el conocimiento tradicional. Los informes presentados a la UNESCO fueron previamente socializados con la comunidad, lo que legitimó su contenido y fortaleció su apropiación. El proyecto concluyó en abril de 2024, pero su sostenibilidad quedó asegurada gracias a la continuidad de actividades promovidas por la Fundación Mundo Espiral y el Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes y los Saberes, con apoyo financiero garantizado para 2024 y 2025. Además, talleres y familias recolectoras llevan procesos autónomos de enseñanza con nuevos aprendices, algo que hasta hace poco parecía inalcanzable. Esto ha fortalecido la gobernanza del plan de salvaguardia, asegurado que el legado del barniz de pasto mopa mopa no solo sobreviva, sino que prospere en el futuro. Es importante destacar que los holgares, talleres y las montañas selvas del Putumayo, donde se recolecta el mopa mopa, son espacios de profundo significado cultural para las comunidades portadoras. Gracias a este proyecto no solo se han salvaguardado estos conocimientos, sino que también se ha fortalecido el reconocimiento de estas comunidades y su capacidad para establecer alianzas estratégicas que mantengan vivos sus saberes y técnicas tradicionales. Hoy podemos afirmar con confianza que estamos en un camino claro para transformar el contexto de urgencia en el que se encontraba esta manifestación cultural hacia un estado de vitalidad e impulso. El barniz de pasto mopa mopa está experimentando un renacer y con el compromiso de todos los actores involucrados, este proceso de salvaguardia tiene el potencial de convertirse en un modelo de revitalización cultural para otros proyectos en Colombia y el mundo. Renovamos nuestro agradecimiento por el apoyo recibido e invitamos a todos los actores sociales, culturales y gubernamentales a continuar trabajando unidos en la protección, promoción y fortalecimiento de nuestras manifestaciones culturales. Solo mediante este esfuerzo colectivo podremos garantizar que las generaciones futuras sigan disfrutando, aprendiendo y viviendo el legado de nuestra rica diversidad cultural. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Colombia. El siguiente proyecto finalizado se implementó en Mauritania bajo el título Salvaguardia de la epopeya del Oglak Barek. Mauritania tiene la palabra. Adelante, Excelencia.
Merci. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'épopée mort Thédine est un genre de poétique et musical qui renforce la richesse culturelle de la Mauritanie, incarnant ainsi les valeurs fondamentales de la société mauritanienne. L'honneur, la générosité, le courage et la noblesse. Depuis son inscription en 2011 sur la liste de sauvegarde urgente de l'UNESCO, des efforts significatifs ont été entrepris pour préserver et promouvoir ce patrimoine immatériel, dont un projet de sauvegarde qui a été mis en œuvre par la fondation du Festival international de Ain Farbe, grâce à l'assistance internationale accordée en 2022. Ce projet de 18 mois visant à sauvegarder l'épopée de Lao Lam Vong dans plusieurs régions du pays a permis à 65 participants, dont 42 femmes et 23 hommes, soit 64,6 sont des jeunes femmes, de s'initier au concept de base de la sauvegarde du PCI en général et d'acquérir les connaissances de base nécessaires pour la réalisation d'inventaires avec la participation des communautés locales. Il a permis à la réalisation d'un inventaire participatif de l'épopée Lao Lam Vong dans les 3 wilayas, Hod al-Sharqi, Hod al-Gharbi et la Samba, et assure la transmission de l'épopée à un grand groupe de 30 jeunes issus de familles détentrices de l'élément des griots. Grâce à des séances dirigées par des maîtres griots, le projet a permis de mettre à la disposition des communautés et du grand public une riche documentation sur l'épopée dans les 3 wilayas. Je saisis cette occasion pour remercier le bureau du comité du PCI pour sa décision 16.com 3.bur 3.3 permettant ainsi la sauvegarde de notre patrimoine vivant. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Muchas gracias, Mauritania. El siguiente proyecto finalizado se implementó en Egipto bajo el título Inventario de la cultura inmaterial de la artesanía en el centro del Cairo histórico. hemos recibido un mensaje de video. Por favor, si podemos reproducirlo.
Buenos días. La historia de Egipto está marcada por un profundo y rico patrimonio cultural y de civilización que abarca millones de creatividades en literatura, artes, tradiciones, conocimientos prácticos y artesanos transmitidos de una generación a otra. Esta riqueza afirma que dicho patrimonio cultural intangible o inmaterial de Egipto no es un mero remanente del pasado, sino un legado vivo. El Cairo histórico es un testimonio de la riqueza del patrimonio cultural inmaterial y sus callejones y callejuelas están llenos y son testigos de las tradiciones y prácticas auténticas que reflejan la larga historia de dicha ciudad. Todo esto forma un mosaico único que atrae tanto a los residentes como a los visitantes. Los artesanos tradicionales son una parte fundamental de su cultura, ya que guardan el arte, los conocimientos y las habilidades que pueden transmitirla de una generación a otra, constituyendo una identidad cultural única. A la luz de los desafíos contemporáneos que tienen que afrontar los artesanos tradicionales, el proyecto de documentación de artesanías tradicionales en el Cairo histórico surge como un esfuerzo ambicioso, cuyos objetivos incluyen catalogar estos bienes culturales para protegerlos y asegurar la transferencia de los conocimientos y experiencias inmateriales y las ideas de los artesanos experimentados de una generación a la generación más joven. Este proceso salvaguarda estas artesanías como bienes culturales y patrimoniales vitales que contribuyen significativamente a la identidad distintiva de Egipto. Este libro documenta el esfuerzo pionero liderado por la Sociedad Egipcia de Tradiciones Populares en colaboración con la Gobernación de El Cairo y la Oficina Regional de la UNESCO en El Cairo, para registrar sistemáticamente las artesanías tradicionales de El Cairo histórico y el proyecto en sí ofrece una exploración en profundidad de artesanías como el jayamía, como la carpintería arabesca, como el icada, fabricación de cuerdas, la carpintería árabe, el teñido de cuero, entre otras artesanías que representan el patrimonio cultural intangible de Egipto. La documentación trasciende la mera lista de artesanos y sus ubicaciones, registra meticulosamente los procesos de producción tradicionales, las herramientas, las materias primas y las historias y los costumbres vinculados a cada artesanía. Este proyecto busca crear una base de datos completa que ayuda a definir estrategias para proteger y revitalizar estas artesanías, además de aumentar la conciencia sobre su importancia cultural y económica. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a Egipto. El siguiente proyecto finalizado se implementó en Mongolia. Eso para despertarnos un poco. Bueno, ya estamos despiertos. El siguiente proyecto se implementó en Mongolia bajo el título Festival Mongolia Nómada. Mongolia tiene la palabra. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished committee members, excellencies, and honorable delegates of state parties. Thank you for giving me the floor, and it's my great pleasure to share the outcomes of the project implemented by the International Assistance of ICH Fund for Mongolia's first nomination for Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. The preparation of the proposal for nomination Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival, a paradigm of best practice to safeguard intangible cultural heritage, demonstrates a commitment to inclusive and community-led efforts and effective stakeholders' collaboration to preserve intangible cultural heritage. This initiative was implemented by the Foundation for Protection of Natural and Cultural Heritage, a UNESCO-accredited non-governmental organization. Field research formed the foundation of the project with 3 expeditions covering 12 SOMs in 3 provinces. Over 100 practitioners and 20 community groups participated, providing valuable insights into the Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival. Participatory workshops and community meetings enabled open dialogue and ensured the proposal to reflect the aspirations and practices of the communities. These efforts resulted in a draft proposal that underwent further refinement by experts and the project team by incorporating research findings, audiovisual documentation, and community consent before its submission to UNESCO. The financial support from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund was essential in the various aspects of the project. It covered transportation, accommodation, and logistical expenses for the field expeditions, facilitating community engagement across remote areas. Consultations and workshops were funded to promote stakeholders' collaboration and expert services, supported through data analysis, translation, and proposal refinement. Audiovisual documentation for the production of the documentary was supported to enhance the proposal's impact and visibility. Several key lessons were learned from the project. Effective planning, adaptability, and continuous communication with the stakeholders were critical to achieving the desired outcomes. As a result, the visibility of ICH elements increased, and networks among community members and stakeholders strengthened. Capacity building activities among stakeholders improved. The preparation of the proposal for the Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival hasn't only advanced Mongolia's very first nomination for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, but also strengthened community engagement and fostered international collaboration. Thank you for that attention, and muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Mongolia. El último proyecto finalizado se implementó en Uruguay bajo el título Bandoneón, sonido del tango. Hemos recibido un mensaje en video. Si podemos reproducirlo, por favor.
For Sinarte Foundation, the project Bandoneon, the Sound of Tango, was a tremendous opportunity. And we realized that we got several achievements, as the fact that 30 new bandoneon players and 10 new luthiers are working now in Uruguay. This means a lot in a country with a population of just 3.5 million people. On the other hand, Raúl Jaurena's manual for learning how to play bandoneon is available for free for all the people that interested. Besides that, Bandonian courses are going ahead and are established in Montevideo in the south of the country, Tacuarembó in the north, and Maldonado in the east. Three of the places that were important areas for our project. And at the same time, more people is aware in this country about the importance of Bandonian and tango as heritage. All these are achievements, but at the same time, we had a lot of lessons that we learned. The first one, maybe the most important, is that young people are ready to recognize tango as heritage, as legacy, and they're ready to learn more about that. There is a long way to go ahead, and we will be working on that. The other lesson is how the public and private organizations can work together and get important results. On the other side are the challenges that remain ahead of our foundation. The first one is to keep going the Storiza Tango School, that we have that school since 2007, and we have been working, teaching how to play and sing tango to a lot of kids under 25 years old. We have to go ahead with that. And the other one is to finish developing the Braille format for the Raúl Jaurenas manual in order to make it available to all the people that need it.
Muchas gracias, Uruguay, por este hermoso reporte. Estimados miembros del comité, abro el turno para las intervenciones si alguien desea. No veo ningún pedido. Perdón. Angola, Alemania, España. Voy anotando. Tiene la palabra Angola.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité, les rapports présentés mettent en évidence la pertinence et l'impact du mécanisme d'assistance internationale. Depuis sa création, ce mécanisme s'est avéré être un outil indispensable pour soutenir les pays et les communautés dans la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel et matériel. Les résultats des projets financés témoignent non seulement de la préservation des éléments culturels, mais aussi du renforcement de la cohésion sociale et du développement des capacités locales. C'est sans aucun doute une étape significative pour la promotion de la diversité culturelle et le renforcement des identités communautaires. Au nom de la République d'Angola, permettez-moi d'exprimer nos remerciements les plus sincères au Secrétariat et au bureau de cette 19e session pour leur soutien dévoué et pour l'approbation de l'assistance internationale visant à inscrire et à sauvegarder le Samba, une expression culturelle profondément enracinée dans notre identité nationale. L'assistance approuvée revêt une importance cruciale car elle permettra non seulement l'élaboration d'un plan de sauvegarde, mais aussi le renforcement des mécanismes de transmission intergénérationnelle, garantissant que les prochaines générations d'Angola continuent à célébrer et à pratiquer cette riche tradition. L'assistance destinée au Samba est un exemple clair de l'impact positif de ce mécanisme, mais elle nous rappelle également qu'il reste encore de nombreux défis à relever. Comme le souligne le rapport, seuls 79 des 183 États parties ont bénéficié de l'assistance jusqu'au présent. Cela démontre la nécessité urgente d'élargir la portée du mécanisme afin que davantage de pays puissent profiter de ce soutien essentiel. À cet égard, nous recommandons de redoubler les efforts pour mobiliser des ressources supplémentaires et faciliter l'accès aux fonds, en particulier pour les pays en situation de vulnérabilité ou dont les patrimoines culturels sont en danger imminent. L'expérience d'Angola, avec l'approbation de l'assistance pour les Samba, renforce l'importance de ce mécanisme pour le dialogue culturel et l'inclusion. Nous souhaitons ainsi encourager tous les États parties à continuer d'utiliser cet instrument pour promouvoir la sauvegarde de leur patrimoine et pour soutenir les communautés qui sont les véritables gardiens de ces traditions. Enfin, nous réitérons nos profonds remerciements au Secrétariat et au Bureau pour leur travail inlassable. Nous croyons qu'avec les efforts combinés de tous les États parties, il sera possible d'accroître encore davantage l'efficacité et l'impact de ce mécanisme, contribuant ainsi à un avenir où les patrimoines culturels et matériels de toutes les nations seront dûment reconnus, sauvegardés et célébrés. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Muchísimas gracias, Angola. Ofrezco la palabra ahora a la delegación de Alemania.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, l'Allemagne a l'honneur de siéger pour la première fois au sein du bureau du comité PCI et se félicite de pouvoir contribuer activement à ces travaux. Dans le cadre de notre mandat, nous avons eu le privilège de soutenir 14 demandes d'assistance internationale et nous accueillons les rapports présentés par le Secretariat concernant l'assistance octroyée entre juin 2023 et juin 2024. Ces rapports illustrent l'impact significatif de ce mécanisme avec 55 projets en cours dans 55 États parties, soutenus par un budget total de 6,1 millions de dollars états-unis. Nous notons avec satisfaction que 10 États insulaires en développement, SIDS, et 21 États africains figurent parmi les bénéficiaires principaux. Ces projets visent majoritairement à renforcer les capacités en matière d'inventaire du PCI, à préserver des éléments menacés ou encore à intégrer le PCI dans le système éducatif. L'Allemagne soutient pleinement les recommandations positives, notamment l'appel à encourager les États parties qui n'ont pas encore soumis de demande à le faire, afin de renforcer leur engagement envers le patrimoine culturel immatériel. Pour conclure, nous tenons à rappeler l'importance cruciale des contributions obligatoires au Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Nous encourageons vivement tous les États parties à honorer leurs engagements financiers afin de garantir que le Fonds puisse continuer à fournir efficacement les ressources nécessaires pour l'assistance internationale. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. Quisiera ofrecer la palabra a España.
Buenas tardes. Nosotros sumarnos, ¿no?, al reconocimiento de un instrumento que es evidente que ha demostrado su pertinencia y, sobre todo, que pensamos que tiene un futuro importantísimo en esta convención. Comentaba ahora mismo Alemania el número de países y el número de proyectos que se han ido beneficiando como receptores de estas asistencias técnicas, pero nosotros queríamos también insistir en que es un enriquecimiento mutuo, también por parte de los profesionales, de los expertos, de esas asistencias que van a países que trabajan en la formulación, en el desarrollo de metodologías e implementando y, por lo tanto, enriqueciéndose con las comunidades a las que van a apoyar. Este ejercicio de aprendizaje mutuo nos parece realmente interesante y nos gustaría que se fueran formalizando o se fuera sistematizando de algún modo las metodologías de estas asistencias de formación para que pudiéramos extenderlas como una buena práctica. También queríamos agradecer especialmente a la Secretaría. Sabemos perfectamente el esfuerzo que ha significado durante estos años el perfeccionamiento de los contratos, la dificultad administrativa y el esfuerzo que directamente llevan a cabo y realizan. Por parte de España, evidentemente, nuestro apoyo a este extremismo, a este mecanismo, y también la llamada para intentar aportar fondos especiales que incrementen. Ojalá en la siguiente comité podamos tener más información y países que se sumen con fondos singulares y especiales para esta línea de trabajo.
Gracias, España. Hacemos votos porque así sea. Tiene la palabra Argelia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La délégation algérienne prend note avec satisfaction du rapport relatif à l'assistance internationale du Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Elle félicite le secrétariat de la Convention de 2003 sur la qualité de ce document qui offre une analyse des rapports soumis entre le 1er juillet 2023 et le 30 juin 2024, en détaillant les actions entreprises dans le cadre de ce mécanisme au cours de cette période. Nous saluons le rôle crucial de l'assistance internationale en tant que mécanisme de coopération internationale établi par la Convention de 2003 et soutenu par le Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Nous félicitons également les États parties qui ont bénéficié pour la première fois de cette assistance et invitons les États parties éligibles n'ayant pas encore d'éléments inscrits sur la liste représentative à solliciter ce fonds pour l'élaboration de leur premier dossier de candidature. Le Centre régional pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel en Afrique, le CRESPIAF, demeure pleinement disponible pour accompagner les États africains dans cette démarche. Nous prenons note avec satisfaction de l'élargissement géographique du mécanisme qui bénéficie actuellement à 155 États parties, dont 10 petits États insulaires en développement et 21 États africains. Il est particulièrement encourageant de constater que 45% des projets actifs concernant le groupe électoral 5A, avec un soutien financier totalisant 2,7 millions de dollars. Dans ce cadre, nous soulignons l'importance de maintenir et de renforcer l'assistance accordée à l'Afrique en conformité avec la stratégie opérationnelle de la priorité globale de l'UNESCO pour la période 2022-2029. Madame la Présidente, avant de conclure, nous ne pouvons passer sous silence la situation préoccupante dans les territoires palestiniens occupés à l'heure où nous débattons les communautés porteuses d'un patrimoine culturel immatériel d'une valeur universelle exceptionnelle subissent les attaques ciblées des forces d'occupation israéliennes dans le cadre et des agressions quotidiennes contre les populations civiles palestiniennes. Face à la gravité de cette situation, nous lançons un appel au secrétariat pour mobiliser tous les moyens nécessaires pour répondre favorablement aux demandes de l'État de Palestine afin de contribuer à la préservation de son patrimoine vivant menacé. Nous vous remercions pour votre attention.
Muchas gracias, Argelia. Quisiéramos ceder la palabra ahora a Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barbados, like many other nations, has greatly benefited from this invaluable assistance. In 2020, we received a grant for the project Intangible Cultural Heritage in Motion, which aimed to promote our country's intangible cultural heritage to younger generations while also documenting the knowledge and traditions of our older generations. The execution of the National Intangible Cultural Heritage's first public awareness campaign hinged on an integrated approach for spreading the message of ICH through digital communication and a multi-layered strategy inviting and promoting community participation. This was facilitated through the assistance of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, an NGO whose ongoing work in the community was just recently acknowledged through its accreditation as an NGO through the 10th ICH General Assembly. NGOs are critical to the work of ICH that we are doing in Barbados as they help us develop our work plans. We will continue to work with the international community to prioritize climate action programs, specifically targeting small island developing states to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. As we have seen in this year's inscription of Grenada's Shakespeare Mass, devastating storms like Hurricane Beryl in early July can rapidly uproot local communities, making it difficult to continue ICH practices while people recover from the tremendous losses of lives and livelihoods. In my island home of Barbados, Beryl brought the destructive forces of storm surge, damaging the island's fishing fleet. The National ICH Committee was just about to engage local communities of fishers to document ICH in these communities and their practices in our inventory when tragedy struck. We could not proceed immediately as fishers recovered from the losses they sustained. Of course, this is not the first time that this has happened. Barbados's fishing fleet was almost completely destroyed in Hurricane Janet in 1955. Madam Chair, we need to learn lessons from the past, from our knowledge bearers, so we can safeguard our future. Through these experiences, we have learned about the important connections between ICH, safeguarding, and food security. We will continue this critical work as it will not only help to safeguard ICH practices, but also uncover the knowledge required to build resilient communities and promote food security. In line with the Bridgetown Initiative 3.0, we seek global cooperation for climate action. It is urgent for our work in ICH regionally and across SIDS. The value of such international support cannot be overstated. It fosters cross-cultural dialogue, strengthens national safeguarding efforts, and highlights the global importance of safeguarding our living heritage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Barbados. Damos la palabra a Vietnam.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As a member of the Bureau and having participated in the examination of different international assistance requests, we are glad to see that the majority of the beneficiaries come from Electoral Group 5A. We also note with satisfaction that requests submitted by SIDS also increased. We appreciate the work of the Secretariat in supporting the state parties in the implementation and follow-up of international assistance projects and invite the Secretariat to pursue its efforts to strengthen, monitor, and evaluate the mechanism. I would like to, through you, Madam Chair, ask the Secretariat one question. Are there any updates concerning the findings of the two evaluations undertaken under this reporting period? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Vietnam. Doy la palabra a Fumiko para responder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for all these useful comments and also for the very strong encouragement given to the work of the Secretariat. Indeed, it is quite a volume of work that we are undertaking to support this international cooperation mechanism. I just wish to briefly respond to 2 points raised in this, under this item. First, about Palestine, I would like to reassure the distinguished delegation of Algeria that the Secretariat has been working quite closely with the authorities, as we have been reporting to the Executive Board of UNESCO, and they are wishing to reinforce their general capacity for implementing the convention, and we are getting ready to receive their request so that it could go to the Bureau early next year. As to the question raised by the Madam Ambassador of Vietnam, this is actually a very important question, because we have the Bureau or the committee have been granting many international assistance. And obviously, the work of the governing bodies and Secretariat should not stop there. We should monitor, we should evaluate, and we should learn from all the safeguarding experiences and approaches undertaken around the world. As I said in my introduction, the volume is becoming so substantial that now we are in a position to learn from these projects. So more concretely, indeed, we have reported in document 9 that the Secretariat had started the evaluation exercise. Some time ago, the General Assembly gave the possibility, using the fund, up to 10% of the project amount to be used for evaluation. So we have initiated, indeed, the exercise for 2 completed projects, one in Tonga and another one in Lao People's Democratic Republic. Both of them about community-based inventorying, and both of them were evaluated by the same evaluator who belongs to a pool of evaluators that the Secretariat has established for this purpose. And then this evaluator has undertaken a back-to-back mission, because we need to sort of make good use of the budget. So in the same trip, this evaluator could go to 2 locations. I take this opportunity to thank very much the national authorities of these 2 countries, beneficiary countries, who welcomed the mission. So this was an actual mission and not the desk study. And through this experience, we learned how best to evaluate the importance of getting local translators, making a good planning, and above all, our attempt is to link the monitoring and evaluation to the overall result framework indicators and also to the Sustainable Development Goals. So once again, we are trying to connect in a fluid way different mechanisms. So the evaluation has just been undertaken in the second part of this year. So I've only read the preliminary report, not the final report. So only what I can say, I can share is of the preliminary nature. What is interesting is that while the 2 projects, completed projects, talk about community-based inventorying, the experiences are rather different. Because in Lao People's Democratic Republic, the project took place within or in association with the World Heritage Site. So obviously their experience is related more strongly with the issue of tourism management, the issue of governance, issue of education, the youth, that kind of range of aspects. While the project in Tonga, as you can imagine, is a very different environment. It's an island, it's in an environment that, so the evaluator is raising more issues of how the intangible heritage safeguarding needs to take into place, taking into account the safeguarding or protection of natural environment, for example. And I very much hope that for the next session, we will be able to share more concretely the results of these evaluations. I thank you again for the comments. Madam, the floor is back.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko, por iluminarnos con todos esos detalles tan importantes de la implementación de estos proyectos con la asistencia internacional. ¿Qué les parece si pasamos ahora al proyecto de decisión? Tenemos en pantalla el proyecto de decisión 19.9. Si no hay ninguna objeción. Perdón. Colombia está pidiendo la palabra. Adelante. Perdón, Colombia, tengo el pedido de un miembro del comité, que es República Dominicana, entonces le cedo la palabra en primer lugar. Adelante, República Dominicana.
Perdón, no era una objeción, era un comentario que queríamos hacer.
Adelante, adelante, por favor.
Bueno, República Dominicana, nos queremos sumar a los comentarios de los países que anteriormente han hecho del comité. La delegación de República Dominicana puede constatar la importancia de este fondo y el aporte que significa para la salvaguardia de nuestro patrimonio cultural inmaterial, sobre todo nuestros países insulares y aquellos que estamos en vía de desarrollo. En el caso de nuestro país, en este momento somos beneficiarios de 2 proyectos, uno de fortalecimiento de capacidades para la salvaguardia, dirigida a 2 de nuestras primeras manifestaciones inscritas en la lista representativa, que son la Cofradía del Espíritu Santo de los Congos de Villamella y el Teatro Cocolo Danzante de los Guloyas. El segundo es un esfuerzo entre varios países, también para el fortalecimiento de capacidades y salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural afrodescendiente en las comunidades de la región Sica y Cuba, esto con el apoyo del Sexica y el Crespial. Ambos proyectos son una apuesta a la sostenibilidad y también a la puesta en valor de tantas manifestaciones que están en nuestros territorios, por lo cual valoramos de manera positiva todas las contribuciones e instamos a los países a continuar con el apoyo a este fondo. Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Gracias, República Dominicana. Para terminar, doy la palabra a Colombia.
Señora Presidenta, muchas gracias por honrarnos otra vez con el uso de la palabra. Para complementar nuestra intervención sobre el reporte del barniz de Mopa Mopa, me acompaña uno de los artesanos, el señor Giovanni Arteaga. Adelante.
Gracias. Gracias, señora Presidenta. Para nosotros, es decir, para el artesano del barniz de pasto Mopa Mopa, Richard Valderrama, quien también se encuentra aquí, para mis paisanos colombianos y para mí, Giovanni Arteaga, es un honor estar en el hermoso país de Paraguay. Mil gracias por todas las expresiones de amabilidad. También queremos expresar nuestro agradecimiento al Fondo de Asistencia Internacional para la Salvaguardia del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial de la UNESCO y a nuestro Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes y los Saberes de Colombia. Solo resta decir que antes del 2024 éramos 55 personas salvaguardando esta técnica artesanal. Hoy somos más de 110, de las cuales el 70% somos mujeres y jóvenes. Actualmente estamos trabajando en la salvaguardia y protección del patrimonio cultural y natural existente en este rincón del Amazonas y los Andes colombianos donde vive el Mopa Mopa, espacio mágico que mezcla lo humano y lo no humano para demostrarnos que la naturaleza y la cultura tienen la misma importancia y protagonismo. Yo fui barnizado por el Mopa Mopa y el Amazonas hace 14 años. Hoy ustedes también han sido barnizados. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a participar de la salvaguardia del Mopa Mopa y la Amazonía. Viva Paraguay, viva Latinoamérica, mil gracias UNESCO.
Y viva Colombia y vivan todos los países que dan vida a esta convención. Qué importante es la voz de los portadores, muy valioso realmente. Gracias. Pasamos al proyecto de decisión sin demoras para hacer una demostración de precisión de nuestro ejercicio. porque llegamos con el punto 9. Proyecto de decisión 19,9. ¿Podemos aprobarlo en su conjunto? Así como lo tenemos en pantalla. No veo ninguna objeción. Se adopta. Hemos llegado al final de la sesión de hoy. Les recuerdo que la mesa se va a reunir mañana, como siempre, a las 9, en la sala 9 de julio, en la primera planta del Centro de Convenciones. Procuremos estar a tiempo. Quisiera dar la palabra a Fumiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm that there will be a brief ceremony for certificates in 10 minutes on the coconut stage for those submitting states who have not yet received your certificates. As I announced just before lunch today, because of the ADG's travel schedule changes, there will not be the certificate ceremony tomorrow. So if you wish to receive your certificate, please come in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko. Declaro clausurada la sesión de hoy. Muchísimas gracias. Que puedan seguir disfrutando de Paraguay.